Welcome to the Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and today we're going to do a little watch party thing of a documentary. Now, I warn you that I will talk over it. Others will talk over it. We may even pause it, although it's a little bit less likely with like a documentary style thing. But for sure, there could be pausing happening, along with all the sus comments that Dubster might say out loud. We'll pause that too. So, fair warning, the link for the original video will be in the description box so that people can watch it on their own, quietly, without us yapping over it. So, here's your warning. Before I hit play on this, please don't forget to share, support, and hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Check them out, read them, share them, then donate. All of it is very much appreciated. And also check out the Discord link. We are in that Discord right now, where I will be there'll be random days where I'm just like, you know what? I want to watch a documentary or a movie. I might just be in here chilling. So feel free to join up or play your own movies on your own or listen to music on your own or debate people, whatever the fuck you want to do. All of it is open to all opinions. Just nothing grotesque or, Ed Lee porn style sexual. Don't do that. Don't do that, please. All right. So the documentary we're going to watch is from the Corbett Report, Dissent into Madness, and I am extremely curious, especially when you tie. Possibly, I've not watched any of this, but I'm very curious if he ties psychology to politics, which I had been trying to do forever and ever. Hopefully, he's doing that here as well. He's been doing that for a while as well, by the way. So hopefully, something insightful is heard here, which is typical of the Corbett Report. He's pretty consistently, at least pretty good, I would say, on average for me. So without further ado, here's the Corbett Report with the new documentary, Dissent into Madness. Here we go. Ugh. Also, people in Discord, feel free to talk over things,
insane,
say your opinions.
Deranged, crazy.
Don't be shy.
In the hands of a tyrant, these aren't mere words, not impartial descriptions of thought or behavior. They're weapons. After all, there's nothing more damning, more completely dehumanizing than to call someone crazy.
The conspiracy theory thing, I'm just utterly shocked that they could try to make this, it's you know how people wear tinfoil hats? I think they're wearing tinfoil condoms. I'm not sure, because they seem so crazy.
There's always been crazy conspiracy theories. I think we've all got uncles over the Thanksgiving dinner who's told us crazy stuff.
It started with the 9/11 truthers, crazy. Then the birthers, crazy.
That the Bush administration could perhaps have had something to do with 9/11, facilitating 9/11, encouraging the actions that took place on 9/11. That is insane. That is literally insane.
That
but
lady's
sometimes
crazy, by the way.
crazy isn't just a figure of speech. Sometimes it's a diagnosis.
Yes.
And as long as there have been those willing to diagnose others as insane, there have been those who have sought to use this as a label for their political enemies. And why not? Once diagnosed as mentally unsound, political dissidents can be treated as we have always treated those we dismiss as crazy. They can be locked away, drugged, and subjected to all manner of torture in the name of treatment. Now, the idea that would-be rulers would cynically use the lunatic cudgel against their political enemies is bad enough. But what if the reality is the complete opposite of what is commonly understood? What if the delusions of the dissidents are in fact real? What if their paranoid fantasies are not fantasies at all? What if their inability to fit in is not a sign that they are sick, but the society they are protesting against is sick? In other words, what if it's not the political dissidents who are crazy, but the politicians? You're about to learn about the dark history and the even more disturbing present of political psychopathy. Prepare yourself for Dissent into Madness.
This is the Corbett Report.
The Corbett Report.
How'd I know that? Goddamn Canadians.
The history of psychology is, to a large extent, the history of cruel and unusual punishments meted out by rulers on political dissidents in the name of curing the mentally disturbed. That psychology has always been a convenient tool for the ruling class to wield against dissenters may seem like a controversial observation at first glance. But this is precisely what the most mainstream of establishment sources tell us when they're talking about the establishment's enemies, that is.
Good evening. Ever since Tsarist days, Russian political dissenters have feared their political views could land them in the infamous Arctic labor camps. But what increasingly haunts the Soviet political dissident today is the threat of being declared insane and sent to a mental hospital. While the Soviet authorities strenuously deny it, the dissident movement continues to claim that thousands of people who disagree with Kremlin policy are confined to mental hospitals when their only disease is dissent.
To be sure, McNeil and Lehrer and the other American critics of Soviet psychiatry, like Dr. Walter Reich, who wrote a 6,000-word expose on the world of Soviet psychiatry for the New York Times in 1983, weren't wrong. They just weren't telling the whole truth. The horrors of the Soviet psychiatric system, in which political dissidents were routinely diagnosed with sluggish schizophrenia, psychiatric hospitals were used as temporary prisons during periods of protest, and troublesome rebels were kept in medically induced comas or drug-induced catatonic states for extended periods of time, has been well documented in numerous mainstream sources, both popular and academic. But these horrors were given their most poignant expression in the words of Alexander Solzhenitsyn. The incarceration of free-thinking, healthy people in madhouses is spiritual murder. It is a variation of the gas chamber, even more cruel. The torture of the people being killed is more malicious and more prolonged. Like the gas chambers, these crimes will never be forgotten, and those involved in them will be condemned for all time during their life and after their death. As Reich correctly observes in his report, the experience of Soviet psychiatry had a lot to teach about the vulnerabilities of psychiatry to misuse wherever it is practiced. But, by a funny coincidence, these concerns only ever seem to come up when psychiatry is being misused in countries that are on the US State Department's enemies list. There are no shortage of sources that will tell you about the abuses of Nazi psychiatrists who sat on planning committees for the Action T4 euthanasia and sterilization program, and who directed the Nazi regime's horrific and failed attempt to eradicate schizophrenia by systematically killing off Germany's schizophrenic population. The abuses that Japanese psychiatrists inflicted on their patients during and immediately after World War II, resulting in an abnormally large number of patient deaths. The Cuban revolutionary government's use of psychotropic drugs and electroconvulsive therapy in order to obtain information from, punish, demoralize, coerce, subdue, terrorize, and cause psychological damage to those deemed a threat to state security, and any number of similar examples of psychiatric abuse by governments at war with or in the crosshairs of the US government. Often excluded from this analysis, however, are the horrific abuses that psychiatrists in the West have inflicted on their patients in the name of state security. While the history books will rightly condemn the horrors of the Nazi eugenic sterilization program, they seldom explore the roots of that program. As it turns out, those roots were in the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Anthropology, Human Heredity, and Eugenics, which was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. What's more, Ernst Rudin, the director of the also Rockefeller-funded Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Psychiatry and one of the key architects of Germany's eugenics program, modeled the Nazi eugenics legislation on America's own model eugenical sterilization law. In fact, America's first professor of psychology, James McKeen Cattell, helped bring the eugenics pseudoscience to the shores of America in the first place. Having befriended Francis Galton, the progenitor of eugenics, during a trip to England in 1887, Cattell returned to the US with an enthusiasm for the idea. He later wrote a letter to Galton bragging, "We are following in America your advice and example." Still further back in history, Benjamin Rush, one of the founding fathers of the United
news to you
States,
yet?
and the man officially recognized by the American Psychiatric Association as the father of American psychiatry, made early contributions to the weaponization of psychiatry by inventing a number of mental disorders to pathologize dissent. The most notable of these made-up disorders was anarchia, a type of madness Rush defined as an excess of the passion for liberty, which could not be removed by reason nor restrained by government, and threatened to render abortive the goodness of heaven to the
It's
United
like informing
States.
someone that didn't know.
And what did this father of American psychiatry prescribe for those he deemed to be suffering from mental illness?
I think the tenets of it, Dubster, I think you should actually give a real look into. Of like what you just said right there, right? Of
I know all this stuff already, bro.
But you know it in a historical sense, but not. I don't know if you're navigating the psychological aspect to it. It's about psychology, sure, or psychologists, but are you actually looking at like, okay, you could see someone thinking because they have a sense of a world order, right? Of like, oh, this is the way the world's supposed to be. So when I see behavior outside of that, I might view that as aberrant or mental illness in a way. That needs to be like really observed, I think, by many, many people. But let's be real, they're more likely to see the historical, political aspect and not the psychological one, to where they don't even realize that they may be dealing with that sense of thing of like, hey, this is outside the norm of what I call the world. So thus, that must be crazy person. Right, the fucking not MMA, the jiu-jitsu guy we just watched the other day, Josh. Like same thing. Not saying he wasn't fucking being stupid or whatever the fuck, right? Or acting weird or crazy or whatever the fuck. I'm just saying, like, let's say there's someone who's not where he was, like where he's behaving, where he doesn't want to be behaving like that. Let's say it's someone that just being themselves, but it stands outside of the social norm, even if it's not harming anyone. I think it's viewed as, hey, something must be wrong with you. Those things really need to be explored, especially when you see so much fucking team playing in politics today, right? The amount of team playing and especially with the Charlie Kirk thing, right? Like that's a eye opener.
That's why team playing is a thing, is because I don't like your type of crazy, so we're going to handle you with our type of crazy.
Actually, a really good point. Yeah, I agree.
No, I don't think you do. I agree with my type of crazy fucking up your type of crazy.
Oh, by your, you mean Jordan? Or do you mean left and right?
No, I mean Bernie bro versus right wing.
Oh, you agree with your version of mental illness? You're saying? Okay.
Now you're catching on. This is kind of a joke.
Okay, fair enough. But I think it would serve humanity better if people broke out of those molds and just thought originally. But all right, let's keep playing. Here we go.
Well, for starters, he treated his patients with darkness, solitary confinement, and a special technique of forcing the patient to stand erect for 2 to 3 days at a time, poking them with sharp, pointed nails to keep them from sleeping. A technique borrowed from a British procedure for taming horses. He also invented 2 mechanical devices for the treatment of the insane. A tranquilizing chair, in which the patient's body is immobilized by straps at the shoulders, arms, waist, and feet, and a box-like apparatus is used to confine the head, and a gyrator, which was a horizontal board on which torpid patients were strapped and spun to stimulate blood circulation. Rush's apprentice, physician and outspoken germ theory critic Samuel Cartwright, made his own contribution to the field by inventing a disorder he named drapetomania, or the disease causing Negroes, slaves, to run away. The cause in the most of cases that induces the Negro to run away from service is as much a disease of the mind as any other species of mental alienation, and much more curable as a general rule. With the advantages of proper medical advice strictly followed, this troublesome practice that many Negroes have of running away can be almost entirely prevented, although the slaves be located on the borders of a free state within a stone's throw of the abolitionists. Yes, the history of psychiatry is replete with examples of political dissidents, unruly populations, or other social undesirables being labeled as insane and sent to the madhouse, or worse.
That was actually pathological.
But that was then, many would be inclined to argue. This is now. Surely psychiatry isn't used to suppress dissent anymore, is it?
Before he goes on, it's just like simply just saying like, man, what if I was in chains? Wouldn't I maybe try to run away? But yet he's viewing it in this instance as like a mental illness, I guess. Like that's actually batshit crazy. His own logic would betray him, basically.
Why does the slave just want to run away? It makes no sense. Let's cure him of this delusion.
I guess that would have to go with the, presupposition that they're not human in the first place, right? That they're lesser. I guess that would have to go alongside of it. All right. Here we go.
Yes, of course psychiatry is still used as a weapon to be wielded against political dissidents. And I'm not just talking about psychiatric repression in some backward evil dictatorship like Russia.
I don't know who you're talking to.
Although, to be sure, there's that too. No, once again, it's the liberal, enlightened, free and democratic West that is leading the way in weaponizing psychiatry against the masses. And incredibly, the wielders of this psychiatric weapon don't try to hide the fact, but have instead actively sought to codify it in their Bible.
Since 1952, the American Psychiatric Association has published the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or the DSM, as a guideline for the classification and diagnosis of mental health issues. Commonly referred to as the Psychiatric Diagnostic Bible, the DSM, according to the APA itself, is the standard classification of mental disorders used by mental health professionals in the United States and contains a listing of diagnostic criteria for every psychiatric disorder recognized by the U.S. healthcare system. Critics have long questioned the influence that Big Pharma has had in pressuring the APA to diagnose more and more behavior as abnormal in order to prescribe pharmaceutical interventions to a greater and greater percentage of the public. Concerns over Big Pharma's influence on the creation of the DSM are not trivial. In 2012, a study led by University of Massachusetts Boston researcher Lisa Cosgrove noted that 69% of the DSM-5 task force members had ties to the pharmaceutical industry, including paid work as consultants and spokespersons for drug manufacturers. On certain panels, the conflict of interest was even more profound. 83% of the members of the panel working on mood disorders had pharmaceutical industry ties, and 100%, every single member of the sleep disorder panel, had ties to the pharmaceutical companies that manufacture the medications used to treat these disorders, or to companies that service the pharmaceutical industry.
No surprise there.
If the DSM task force members' goal is to make sure that more and more pharmaceuticals are sold, then by every measure they've been remarkably successful. Recent surveys indicate 1 in 6 American adults report taking a psychiatric drug such as an antidepressant or a sedative. Worryingly, the number of children being prescribed antipsychotic medications like Adderall and Ritalin has continued to increase decade after decade. And more worrying still is the way that this increase in antipsychotic prescriptions has been justified by the invention of new mental disorders like oppositional defiance disorder. Clinical psychologist Bruce Levine, who has spent decades ringing the alarm bell about the ways in which his profession is being used to repress legitimate political
ODD is a real thing.
Explains.
It's real?
It's a real disorder. Yeah.
One of the things that happens in 1980 is you have the introduction of this new mental illness called oppositional defiance disorder, ODD. Now, literally, this has nothing to do with juvenile delinquency, people need to know. So these kids specifically are not doing anything illegal. That's a whole other mental illness called conduct disorder. But oppositional defiant disorder, by definition, they are arguing with adults. They are often refusing to comply with adults. They are doing the things that almost every of the 20 people I profile who are in resisting illegitimate authority, all these famous anti-authoritarians from George Carlin to Lenny Bruce to Ralph Nader to Thomas Paine, all these people are doing this kind of stuff. And so that's what really concerned me at that time in the 80s. I says, are you kidding? You are pathologizing rebellion. Now, some of these kids at the time, if you talk a 9, 10-year-old who's just being oppositional, they're not making judgments necessary about who's a legitimate authority and who's an illegitimate authority. So I wouldn't call them genuine anti-authoritarians at 8 or 9 years old. But here's the important thing. A lot of these oppositionally defined kids who are just being a handful and rebellious at the time, they're the kind of kids who at some point mature into genuine anti-authoritarians, unless you're drugging the crap out of them, which is what my profession then moved into. Not just pathologizing them, giving them mental illness, but they are part of, if you take a look at the oppositional defiant disorder, that along with conduct disorder are what my profession calls the disruptive disorders. And there's this huge increase in the early 90s to the 2000s of the number of these kids with disruptive disorder who are being drugged on these antipsychotic drugs, Risperdal, Zyprexa, this kind of thing, heavily tranquilizing drugs. So this was a huge concern for me, not only for these poor kids who are getting, who are all of a sudden becoming pathologized and drugged, but politically, this should concern everyone when you've got the next generation of potential anti-authoritarians being completely marginalized by these pathologizing and medicating.
It's almost like,
as we shall see, the
psychological pre-crime almost, like, in a way. But go ahead, Dubster.
So have you ever heard the saying, it's easier to control 1 million people versus kill 1 million people or something like that?
I can get what you mean by that, yeah. Good.
So the idea is pacify them so that you don't have to have a war with them.
I mean, when I first started getting into politics and conspiracy and all that shit, right? There was, like, especially someone like David Icke brought up ideas of, like, listen, if they just come out with guns and start shooting everyone, they won't. There's too many of regular people. There's too many of them, right? Even the military is a tiny percentage of the population compared to the rest of the 300 million motherfuckers on planet Earth, right? Or
Right.
sorry,
It's like
in America, right?
1% to 100% is about our military percentage. 3 million to 300 million.
Yes. And the idea was, like, well, why not trick them into subjugating themselves instead of us, like, doing it by force? Maybe that worked in a certain time period where there was no internet, maybe, or, you couldn't hear news stories of things that are happening across the country in different places, right? And they could just get away with that, or people actually pled fealty to, like, kings and queens and all that shit, so that's where they were easily subjugated, right? But in the more modern era, it's like, I don't think you can just get away with that. I think people would get pissed off and rise up, which is what happened in the first place. That's why things changed, right? So,
well, that's what these drugs are about. ODD and the ADHD, and give them Adderall, give them tranquilizers. It's all like to pacify and tell them something about them is wrong. So you're also going into the psyche with telling them that something about their brain is not functioning correctly. Here, this shall fix you. And then what fixes you actually makes you, like, stuck in your chair.
Yeah, like not you.
Yeah. And things have to go alongside of it, right? There has to be other environmental factors. Like, it can't just be strictly hardware. It's gotta you have to have software too. That's easily
What do they call that?
readily available, right?
What's a positive reinforcement? So when you do good in school, you get a cookie. When you do bad in school, you get, like, punished or something. That's what. And then add in these drugging things. That's all part of it. Like, you're not getting it, kid. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're doing something wrong. There's something wrong with your head. You can't learn. Okay. You're not understanding the rules here. So we're gonna have to give you some medicine that's gonna make you at least not jumping on the tables.
Yeah. It's like, meanwhile, it's like, what if the kid's just fucking bored because he's not interested in what you're teaching or the topic or whatever, right?
Well, he's describing it like it's when that person grows up, we want him to know he's broken and he's alone, and
It doesn't have to be that deep.
He's in the wrong. Well, no, it is. It really is, because when that kid grows up, he's grown up thinking something's wrong with him.
Yeah.
And it's to pacify him throughout life.
Well, I'm saying, like, the way you're putting it, like, there could be like regular ass people that don't know any better that think like, oh, there's something wrong with him because of maybe his opposition to the way the world works, so thus he should be on this medication or that medication, versus like someone like concerted effort to do that, right? Like that distinction needs to be made, because there could be innocent people that are just dumb as rocks doing this to anyone.
The concerted effort is convince all the rest of the public all these kids have ADHD, which is a new thing in psychology, as in the 80s. It really wasn't in there before the 80s.
I mean, I don't know every detail about any of this stuff, but I could see someone with a particular like mindset thinking that, okay, the hardware is broken, right? The cable in your car is broken, the cord on your computer is broken, so we need to go replace, quote unquote, replace, right? AKA medicate those broken cords, right?
Right.
Which is a type of mindset.
What I'm
that doesn't
saying,
mean like any type of Illuminati thing or something evil. And I'm sure
I think it was
work
more
in some cases.
sinister. I think it was more sinister. I think it was a plot to say, we're noticing an uptick in dissent from the 70s, for example.
Yeah.
They don't like the Vietnam War, for example. So we need a clever way of getting them to submit their kids at a psychological level early in life to come under obedience.
And I'm going to say there's people where they feel as though these things benefit them. There's people that feel like it's a bad thing for them. There's doctors that believe like both sides as well, as we're seeing. But my main focus in regards to the world of, I guess, politics, or politics colliding with quote unquote medicine, I look for the people that consciously know, or consciously aware that they're trying to mass medicate for profits or for some other devious thing, which would be like subduing, these odd kids, if you will. That's where I look for it,
Right.
because other things
Money's
are just kind of
definitely part of
neutral.
it.
Yeah. Like, I don't want anyone getting tricked, but they might feel a certain way, they feel better, or they feel worse, whatever the fuck that is. That's for people to deal with on their own individual choices about things. I'm looking at the guys like strictly doing things for fucking profit, or for, like you said, like terraforming the earth into having like loyal servants in a way, if that's their mentality behind it. So that's where I go to. Yeah, God.
So I picture a place like the Ivy League schools. Specifically, my imagination always goes to Harvard being number one.
Harvard. Have you ever been to Harvard? Sorry.
Student A looks at student B and like, are you fully aware of today's curriculum of taking over the world? And if you are, you're good. If you're not, we need to address what your problem with not taking over the world is, and we can get you back in check. And if you're not down with things, we need to have you go talk to somebody that can get you back in check. And if you are not recoverable, we'll kick you out of the school. And this is just like, this is part of take over the world.
I think it's more so dumpster. I don't think it's as concerned. Like, if there was a plan, which I think there is, like, I don't know if it's depending on person and individual of my like how I would assess this, whether it's like conscious or subconscious of why they're trying to terraform the fucking earth, right? If it's like some sort of deep seated trauma, or if they're consciously like, yeah, we need the world to go this direction. Either way, uh, I would think that what they would actually do is overwhelm with like you hear about these kids, right? They're up till like 5 in the morning studying shit. You know, they're taking pills to fucking study better or have more focus on studying, and then so they can pass their tests and all that shit. Almost like athletes, right? You overwhelm them with like getting better at the sport, to where these guys are dumb fucks when it comes to like the world around them, like almost like really like dumb about it. And that can happen in academia as well, to where like they're so focused on like, okay, I need to pass this fucking bio test, and then this chemistry test later, and then this fucking physics test after that. So thus, I don't have time to like look through the news and try to study things about the world. Instead, I'm like, I want to get this degree, because the overall apparatus says, get this degree, you're successful in life. So I like, but there are people that get through the cracks, right? 100%.
Well, I'm talking about, yes, they're at that level at like Harvard, but there's also like the group aspect of, we made it and we're part of the group that gets to be in charge, so they check each other. So they're like,
Yeah, they
make
might do
sure
that with
you're on
like
top of
grants.
it.
Yeah.
And then it trickles down to something like psychology and control of the big picture, being like, we need to, this is a form of dissent stopping, and that would be something that like an Ivy school would be teaching them specifically. You're going to be in charge of the world, so one thing you have to do is manage the dissent.
Yeah, but
and that's a department of the school.
Well, I'm just saying it's more likely to go and like pause in the back door, basically, where it's the idea of like grants and stuff like that. Like TPUSA, it's not an accident that TPUSA made shit tons of money for their campuses. Like those students got fucking money to do organization shit, right? Maybe not directly to them, but like for their organization, right? Their chapter of TPUSA at their fucking schools, right? Somehow that money just comes easy, versus someone else maybe with different ideas where that money's not there at all. They kind of have to start from the bottom and make it somewhere, like make something out of this somehow with volunteers and all
By
that
the
stuff.
way,
yeah,
one of the pieces of news, I didn't open the story, just read the title and concluded, yeah, that sums it up. TPUSA today has started a campaign to hire as many election integrity officers as possible.
What does that mean?
Means
like advocates for
people
this?
to overlook the election, to like
okay.
catch when the Democrats break the rules, because if Republicans do, nobody knows about that, and they wouldn't be looking at Republicans anyway for TPUSA of breaking the rules in elections. So they're hiring
breaking
like
side rules,
Gestapo,
gerrymandering, right?
like yeah. So they're hiring people to be just oversight, not even on, like, both parties are allowed in the building to have their, like, I'm a Democrat oversight person, I'm a Republican oversight person. This isn't that. It's something else. The election integrity officers of TPUSA,
yeah,
they're like, okay, our Republican oversight guy in the voting booth, like, he's a manager or whatever, he said, here's 500 votes that the Democrats faked. You go ahead and call the lawyer integrity officer. Or you are the officer. Or you are the lawyer. So it's like they're getting ready to make sure this is locked down.
Yeah, I mean, No surprise. Me at least. No surprise.
If the Republicans are stealing it in any place, I've never seen anything to really 100% like show the
Florida.
case that they do. I wouldn't doubt it.
Florida
if you're
2000.
saying-
Florida.
Yeah.
Right,
That
but
was
what I'm
pretty
saying is,
obvious.
if they were, they can now do it better with TPUSA doing this as of today.
Yeah. I mean, on conspiracy level, like on the surface of conspiracy ideas, it's been more so Democrats try to bring like on the surface, not saying what I believe in, but the idea is more so Democrats bring people in to vote for them. Republicans deny people that vote against them. Has been like the trend I've seen on the surface. Not saying what is true and what not. It's just like the Bush thing in Florida was like denying votes. The Biden thing in 2020 was gaining votes, right? Those are the on the surface theories about what happened, right? Although Florida was kind of like blatantly, I believe, confirmed, right? I think that was confirmed that they were actually not allowing certain people to vote.
They would delete their votes, like literally,
Yeah,
like by your name.
Yeah, there'd be people that had the same name as some guy who's in prison. Say someone named like Mark Williams, right? They had like a generic name, but someone in prison is also named Mark Williams. But they just kind of like, yeah, that's a fugitive. You can't vote, or not fugitive, a felon. You can't vote. So thus, an actual legit guy with no criminal record would get denied the ability to vote in certain. And then it came down to a county, right? Or maybe several counties, I think, in Florida.
It's like 500 votes or something.
So it is ridiculous, like kind of blatant and ridiculous. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Toro politics. It's, I mean, either guy ends up not being perfect, right? So,
yeah,
I am interested a little bit what Dubster said about like controlling people. Harvard, I mean, they end up powerful enough. I think they kind of manage themselves. But in the, I put two examples of insanity or people that were deemed crazy by their families, and just making that connection, like even how they thought these were viable solutions, right? And so they may have been kind of possibly naive or just thinking they were doing the right thing, but like how do they even get there? And it's possible that someone or like the people who put out these type of solutions, like I do think they are for subjugating people, right? So in the case of Paulo Coelho, he's a renowned like author, but his parents put him in an asylum, and he had like electric shock therapy and all this because he wanted to be a writer, and that's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
is what they thought. And in the case of, I saw some videos about Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's sister. They lobotomized her, and like then, and when they did that, I guess there was a major mess up, and so
I'm aware of that story. Yeah.
Yeah. So so, but I assume he thought it was the right thing to do, but her behavior was maybe not what the family wanted, so they did that.
They go to the experts.
And,
the quote unquote experts.
They have to be very proper in their family, right? So it's like
why I referred to Harvard is because like they're the leading education place. You could go to Johns Hopkins to focus on medicine for that same topic. So a doctor is trained by a teacher. The student might not understand they're being this way until they're actually out there and they've done 20 years of being a doctor. as a psychiatrist and be like, so for that example you said of shock therapy for that author, imagine that one of these Ivy League psychiatrists, he got taught at one of these schools, and the school taught him to do this, and he was like, you know what, there's a new treatment out there that can cure him of writing books, being a writer or whatever. It's called shock therapy. Here's what it is, and what it should do is blah blah blah.
Yeah,
it'll cure him of wanting to be a writer.
We still do shock therapy today, by the way. That's still a thing. Not exactly
Right, but-
that version of it, but like I did a story about someone with depression, and they had like little nodes in their fucking skull zapping them when they had, I guess, quote unquote, negative thoughts, or maybe certain chemicals entered the area because whatever
Right.
they saw a puppy
somebody in
get
a
hit by a
lab
car
coat-
or something. Yeah, I got.
Somebody in a lab coat approached those parents, and they were like, okay, he's not going to be a writer? Good.
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to take more than a sentence. It's going to take a lot of convincing, I would hope.
I would think we're here now in medicine and psychiatry and all that stuff. We're here because of a massive amount of laziness in the category of empathy. As in, hey, what if this was you? How would you react? You'd be kicking and screaming, like, get off me! You'd be, right? If someone just grabs you up, like, you'd be wilding out, right? But they're pretending like that's some sort of, like, crazy behavior. Instead of like, hey, I'm going to treat you like a person. But
yeah.
All right. But let's get back to this. Here we go. I'll be right back, by the way, but I'm gonna play. Here we go.
As we shall see, the weaponization of psychology against those independent free thinkers who tend to question authority is not some vague, amorphous concern about a big pharma boondoggle that's hurting people in the pocketbook. Rather, this weapon is now being used against critics of the biosecurity agenda and others who dare point out that the globalist transhuman emperor is wearing no clothes. But if it is true that the study of the mind has been weaponized, and that weapon is being deployed against conspiracy realists, the obvious question then becomes, who loaded the weapon? In October of 1945, George Brock Chisholm, the man who would go on to serve as the first Director General of the World Health Organization and the man who helped spearhead the World Federation for Mental Health, delivered an incredibly candid lecture in which he laid out his plans for steering the profession of psychiatry in a bold new direction.
Published in
Got my
1946
name.
as The Re-Establishment of Peacetime Society, the lecture includes a proclamation that psychiatrists should take it upon themselves to rid the population of the concept of good and evil entirely. If the race is to be freed from its crippling burden of good and evil, it must be psychiatrists who take the original responsibility. This is a challenge which must be met. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Chisholm's call to action was taken up by the British military. The challenge of freeing the race from the crippling burden of good and evil was taken up by British military psychologist Colonel John Rawlings Rees, the first president of Chisholm's World Federation of Mental Health and chair of the infamous Tavistock Institute from 1933 to 1947. In 1940, Rees gave an address to the annual meeting of the UK's National Council for Mental Hygiene, in which he laid out in predictably militaristic terms how this ambitious plan for reforming the public psyche was to be achieved. In Strategic Planning for Mental Health, Rees, after claiming that the psychiatrists of the council can justifiably stress our particular point of view with regard to the proper development of the human psyche, even though our knowledge be incomplete, asserts that they must aim to make that point of view permeate every educational activity in our national life. He then
You missed a
launches
lot right
into
there.
a startling confession. We have made a useful
what it
attack
is.
upon a number of professions. The two easiest of them, naturally, are the teaching profession and the church. The two most difficult are law and medicine. If we are to infiltrate the professional and social activities of other people, I think we must imitate the totalitarians and organize some kind of fifth column activity. Then Rees brazenly proclaims that Parliament, the press, and other publications are the most obvious ways by which our propaganda can be got across, before reminding his audience once again of the need for secrecy if this plan to influence the development of the public psyche is to succeed. Many people don't like to be saved, changed, or made healthy, he remarks. So what were Rees and his fellow travelers really aiming at in their fifth column campaign to attack the professions and propagandize the public? His true intentions are revealed through his work for the British military, including his alleged drugging, poisoning, and mesmerizing of Rudolf Hess, the deputy Führer of the Nazi Party who was captured and held by the British for decades after making a still unexplained solo flight to Scotland in 1941, and through his work at the Tavistock Institute, where he attempted to mold public opinion in the UK to his liking. As the Campaigner magazine explained in a Tavistock expose published in 1978, the theme of all Rees's known work is the development of the uses of psychiatry as a weapon of the ruling class. That work, the article elaborates, included advising Rees's superiors how they can succeed in structuring a stressed individual's or group's situation appropriately. The victims can be induced to develop for himself a special sort of reaction formation through which he democratically arrives precisely at the attitudes and decisions which the dictators would wish to force upon him.
In other words, Rees's work centered on the problem-reaction-solution method of mass social control that corporate reporters will be very familiar with by now. It should be no surprise, then, to learn that Rees's research heavily influenced the operations of a budding young intelligence service that was then forming in the United States, the Central Intelligence Agency. Indeed, the CIA has always been interested in weaponizing psychiatry as a way of achieving success in their covert operations.
Oh my
in fact,
God, yes.
the CIA even openly advertises job opportunities for psychiatrists to help the CIA mission, where it intersects with psychiatric and broader behavioral issues. But when most people think of the CIA and weaponized psychiatry, they think of MK Ultra and mind control.
As even the Wikipedia article on the subject admits, the CIA's Project MK Ultra was an illegal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the US Central Intelligence Agency intended to develop procedures and identify drugs that could be used in interrogations to weaken individuals and force confessions through brainwashing and psychological torture. There is much that the public still does not know about this project, its forerunner programs, Project Bluebird and Project Artichoke, and the depths to which agents of the US government sank to discover ways of manipulating, melding, erasing, or reprogramming individual psyches. But what we do know about the program is chilling enough. One series of experiments, presided over by Sidney Gottlieb, involved administering LSD to unwitting Americans, including mental patients, prisoners, drug addicts, and prostitutes. This included Operation Midnight Climax, in which unsuspecting men were drugged and lured to CIA safe houses by prostitutes on the CIA payroll. Their sexual activity was monitored behind one-way mirrors and was used to study the effects of sexual blackmail and the use of mind-altering substances in field operations. Another experiment, dubbed MK Ultra Subproject 68, was overseen by the esteemed psychiatrist Dr. Ewan Cameron. This subproject involved Dr. Cameron using LSD, paralytic drugs, electroshock therapy, and drug-induced comas to attempt to wipe patients' memories and reprogram their psyche. When brought to light, the program was identified as an attempt to refine methods of medical torture for the purpose of extracting information from unwilling sources, and was condemned. Lawsuits regarding the blatantly illegal experimentation conducted by Cameron continue into the current era. Although MK Ultra officially ended after its exposure in the 1970s, the CIA has not stopped employing psychiatrists to find new and innovative ways to psychologically torment their opponents. In May 2002, Martin Seligman, an influential American professor of psychology and a former president of the American Psychological Association, delivered a lecture at the San Diego Naval Base explaining how his research could help American personnel to, in his own words, resist torture and evade successful interrogation by their captors. Among the 100 or so people in attendance at that lecture was one particularly enthused fan of Seligman's work, Dr. Jim Mitchell, a military retiree and psychologist who had contracted to provide training services to the CIA. Although Seligman had no idea at the time, Mitchell was, as we now know, one of the key architects of the CIA's illegal torture program. Naturally, Mitchell's interest in Seligman's talk was not in how it could be applied to help American personnel overcome learned helplessness and resist torture, but rather how it could be used to induce learned helplessness in a CIA target and enhance torture. As it turns out, Mitchell's theory that producing learned helplessness in a Qaeda interrogation subject might ensure that he would comply with his captor's demands was bogus. More experienced interrogators objected at the time, noting that torture would only induce a prisoner to say what his captor wants, not what he knows. What those interrogators didn't understand was that extracting false confessions from prisoners was actually the point of the CIA torture program. It was confessions extracted under torture, after all, that went on to form the backbone of the 9/11 Commission report, with a full quarter of all of the report's footnotes deriving from torture testimony. Yes, from mind control experiments to torture programs to brainwashing and lobotomization, there can be no doubt that the governments, militaries, and intelligence agencies of every major nation have devoted considerable resources to the weaponization of psychiatry over the course of the past century. But, as it turns out, one of the simplest and easiest techniques for controlling dissent is simply to pathologize it. As we are beginning to see, simply declaring resistance to the status quo to be a form of mental disorder can be an exceptionally powerful tool for silencing opposition. One of the most popular articles to be written in recent decades is titled, "Why Do People Believe in Conspiracies?" It starts by noting the worrying rise in the number of people who believe in wild, outlandish theories about how people in positions of power conspire to maintain their influence and expand their wealth. The article's author then cites a psychologist who explains that well-meaning but emotionally unstable people typically latch on to these fantastical conspiracy theories because they help these poor, deluded souls make sense of the news and offer them a feeling of control over an uncontrollable world. Next, the report offers advice to those who are seeking to disabuse anyone who has fallen for this conspiracy claptrap of their delusional notions. That advice, it turns out, is the same admonition given to someone coming upon a wild animal in the jungle. Don't confront the target directly or make them angry. Speak to them in soothing tones and pretend to listen to what they're saying. And disengage if it seems they're preparing to attack. But this article usually ends on a positive note. If this wild conspiracy theorist that you're talking to hasn't completely lost touch with reality, then it may be possible to talk them down from the ledge. You can gently create some cognitive dissonance in their mind by pointing out that every conspiracy that has ever occurred in history has been exposed by whistleblowers and reported on by journalists, and therefore, there's no such thing as a secret conspiracy. If they're of sound mind, this will be enough. Your confused friend will see the light and learn to trust government and authority once again. Do you want to read this article? Would you like a link? Well, I don't have one link for you. I have dozens. You see, the curious thing about this "Why Do People Believe Conspiracies" article is that it hasn't been written just once or twice. It's been written hundreds of times by hundreds of different journalists. And it's been published by the BBC and 538 and Vox and the American Psychological Association and the New York Times and Psych Central and Addiction Center and LSU and Technology Review and National Geographic and Verywell Mind and Business Insider and Psychology Today and Harvard and Live Science and Scientific American and NBC News and The Conversation
and Intelligencer, and Time, and The Guardian, and Popular Mechanics, and even that most prestigious of journalistic institutions, Goop. Yes, Goop. And it's not only in written form, it's also a video report that's been filed by the CBC, and Channel 4, and CNBC, and Channel 4 again, and D-News, and Star Talk, and 60 Minutes,
All right, we get
and
it,
Time,
Corbett. Jeez.
and D-News again, and
Suck
Big
me
Think,
out.
and Al Jazeera, and The Weekly, and Tech Insider, and Inverse, and Dr. Todd Grand, and Euronews, and CBS News, and the University of Chicago. Oh, and did I mention it's also a podcast? Well, it is. And it's been produced by Ava Lassiter, and NPR, and Radio Times, and NPR again, and LSE, and Bill Gates, and NPR again, and The Anthill, and Speaking of Psychology, and NPR again, and Big Brains, and NPR again. So, are you starting to formulate a hypothesis that there may be some grand scheme afoot here? Do you find yourself speculating that perhaps, just perhaps, there might be a coordinated effort to pathologize conspiracy theorists in order to justify locking them away in padded cells? Do you find it interesting that the terms conspiracy theory and mental disorder were forever linked in the public imagination when Richard Hofstadter penned his infamous 1964 essay in Harper's Magazine, The Paranoid Style in American Politics? Or that the best remembered passage from that essay is the one in which he describes the style of mind behind the conspiracy-prone populist political movements of his era as the paranoid style, because no other word adequately evokes the sense of heated exaggeration, suspiciousness, and conspiratorial fantasy that I have in mind. Or that his caveats to that diagnosis, namely that I am not speaking in a clinical sense, but borrowing a clinical term for other purposes, and that I have neither the competence nor the desire to classify any figures of the past or present as certifiable lunatics, are largely forgotten, then
I want to point out that I know people based on I don't know, but if I had to guess, people right now looking at the world they live in right now, if they're into politics, right, would hear what's being said about in Corbett's documentary so far. Like, damn, this looks like just like what's happening out there. Damn, he nailed it. If this video was made 5 years ago, and you were into politics 5 years ago, and you saw this documentary 5 years ago, you'd be like, damn, this kind of looks like what I'm seeing right now. Holy shit. It's because you can't go anywhere without your fucking psyche. As far as people behaving in the world, or you yourself, you can't leave your psyche behind. It's not a thing. It doesn't make sense. You wouldn't be here if your psyche's here too with you. So yes, that's why I kind of hyper-focus on, maybe not hyper-focus, but try to add elements of the idea of like our own psyches mixed into the stuff, and of others, by the way. Like, I'm not trying to predict, their private lives in some weird way, but more so the on-the-surface behaviors we see and like why is that happening? That will always be the main question, I think, until Jesus floats down, and it goes to spirituality at that point. Anyways, here we go.
The dinosaur media pundits and their psychiatric experts have a message for you. Shut up, conspiracy theorist, or we're gonna put you in a straitjacket. Don't believe me? Well,
okay.
The idea that those who believe in conspiracy theories are mentally unsound is, of course, not a new one. Witness how the subject was treated on Barney Miller, a popular American television sitcom from the late 1970s that centered on the exploits of a cast of detectives in a New York City Police Department station house.
But I just wanted to meet them face to face. I wanted them to admit what they were doing.
Who is they?
He was in the office of the Trilateral Commission.
Trilateral Commission?
Yeah, the Trilateral Commission.
All right, what is the Trilateral Commission?
It's an organization founded in 1973 by David Rockefeller to bring together business and political leaders from the United States, Europe, Japan, so they could work together for better economic and political cooperation between their nations.
And that's what they'd like us to believe. But you see, what they're really up to is a scheme to plant their own loyal members in positions of power in this country, to work to erase national boundaries and create an international community, and in time bring about a one world government with David Rockefeller calling the shots.
I take it they're pressing charges?
Yeah, well, he broke a globe and some UNICEF artwork.
Well, they're in on it too.
Okay, Mr. Klein, if you just...
I'm telling you, our whole way of life as we know it is in jeopardy.
I appreciate that information.
But I have the documented evidence. It's all in there. Show him.
Well, he's got these magazines here.
Conspiracy Review? Suppressed Truth Roundup?
The whole master plan is exposed.
Yeah, well,
You're still not convinced, huh? Would you like to hear the names of just a few of the people who have been on the Trilateral Commission?
Not particularly.
James Earl Carter. Heard of him?
Look, Mr. Klein...
Henry Kissinger. You heard of him? Walter Mondale.
Who? Mr. Klein, this is
John Anderson, George Bush. Now, you remember at the convention, everybody thought it was going to be Ford for Veep. You know what happened? David Rockefeller just picked up a phone, put in a call. Hey, Ronnie, forget Jerry, it's George. Bye. So, no matter who won in November, they had their man in the White House.
Are you through?
That's the dad from Arrested Development, right? Pretty sure.
Okay, just have
Listen,
a...
I'm sorry for yelling. It's just...
Yeah.
I'm so agitated when I think about what they're doing.
Jeffrey Tube, what's his name?
Or take the tinfoil hat conceit. As the crack journalists helpfully explain, the concept of wearing a tinfoil hat to protect one's brain from government mind control was introduced into popular culture via Julian Huxley's 1927 story, The Tissue Culture King. In Huxley's tale, caps of metal foil are used to mitigate the effects of a mad scientist's telepathic hypnosis experiment. Since then, the tinfoil hat-wearing madman has gone on to become a ubiquitous pop culture trope, employed by lazy TV writers as an easy way to signal to the audience that someone is suffering from paranoid delusions about vast government conspiracies. Or take President Lyndon Johnson's advisor, John P. Roche, who wrote a letter to the Times Literary Supplement that was picked up and reported on by Time in January of 1968. In the letter, Roche dismisses conspiracy theories about the JFK assassination as the gospel of a priesthood of marginal paranoids, and declares such theories an assault on the sanity of American society, and I believe in its fundamental sanity. Or take the various examples of the pathologization of conspiracy theorizing pointed out by Lance DeHaven Smith in his modern-day classic, Conspiracy Theory in America. Initially, conspiracy theories were not an object of ridicule and hostility. Today, however, the conspiracy theory label is employed routinely to dismiss a wide range of anti-government suspicions as symptoms of impaired thinking akin to superstition or mental illness. For example, in a massive book published in 2007 on the assassination of President Kennedy, former prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi says people who doubt the Warren Commission report are as kooky as a $3 bill in their beliefs and paranoia. Similarly, in his recently published book, Among the Truthers, Canadian journalist Jonathan Kay refers to 9/11 conspiracy theorists as political paranoiacs who have lost their grip on the real world. Making a similar point, if more colorfully, in his popular book Wingnuts, journalist John Avlon refers to conspiracy believers as moonbats, hatriots, wingnuts, and the fright wing. Certainly, there is no shortage of commentators perpetuating the idea that conspiracy theorizing is a form of mental illness. But it wasn't until the post-9/11 era of paranoia panic accompanying the rise of the Homeland Security state that the trigger was pulled on the loaded gun that is the psychiatric weapon. Of course, the post-9/11 decade was filled with academics, journalists, and talking heads of various stripes conflating conspiracy theorizing with mental illness, exactly as the pre-9/11 era had been. Heeding George W. Bush's injunction to
let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th.
Political commentators of all stripes began a campaign of vitriol directed against 9/11 truthers that began to ratchet the conspiracy insanity rhetoric to new heights.
I mean, it's always been weird when it's like, hey, if they're just crazy conspiracy guys, let them investigate it. Show them whatever you have just to shut them up if you want to do that. But that never seems like an answer for whatever reason, which is just weird to me. You know, it could be there's nothing there even, but they want you to like get caught up in it instead of like maybe questioning why we're going into Iraq. You know, I'm just saying. But all right, here we go.
Bill Maher's joke that truthers should stop asking me to raise this ridiculous topic on the show and start asking your...
Sorry to point this out. It also seems like as years go by, the guys that were doing the most work to shut the thing up, as far as like media goes, end up coming out saying like, well, you know what? Maybe there is something here. All of a sudden. It's just like,
yeah.
Why are you guys like insulting us with this? Like, what the fuck? But, and again, shout out to Tucker Carlson. Here we go.
Yeah, when they can't hide it anymore, it just don't look stupid.
Everything that Tucker has said as of recent, as far as news topics, like people were yelling at him decades ago about a bunch of this stuff. And it's just like, I understand if he admits, like, yeah, I fucked up. But it's like, why are we waiting 20 years for you to get it right? Why is that always the case? The dummies are always there somehow as having the, you know, the attention spans of consumers. And they get some topic just horribly wrong, but they do it for like decades. And then they're like, oh, hey, maybe I was wrong. Maybe this is the way. It's like, fuck, dude. Why are we waiting for them, audience? Why are we doing that? As they fuck up, that should be red flag number one. Straight up. Because we don't have time to be best pals with Tucker Carlson, dude. It is what it is. There we go.
Sanity rhetoric to new heights. Bill Maher's joke that truthers should stop asking me to raise this ridiculous topic on the show and start asking your doctor if Paxil is right for you helped to fertilize the soil for the likes of Winnipeg Sun columnist Stephen Ripley, who then diagnosed 9/11 truthers as suffering from paranoid delusions. These pronouncements prepared the public for the fulminations of TV talking heads on both the left and right sides of the political spectrum that necrotizing conspiracy theory radicalism is a danger to society, and that the crazy truthers perpetuating these delusions need to be treated as potential terrorists.
But Corbett, you have to admit, there are dummies that were screaming 9/11's an inside job, and they're saying all this other wacky, crazy, stupid shit alongside of it. Now, I have no problem with anyone asking questions about anything. That'll always be welcome. But for some reason, these guys get pushed to the fucking forefront, and now we have Alex fucking Jones. You know what I'm saying? That's what's... Corbett has to acknowledge that. But, yeah, anyone should be able to ask questions about anything. Here we go. But now Alex Jones is the fucking...
But the campaign to demonize 9/11 truthers as psychologically disturbed and potentially violent criminals who need to be taken off the streets hasn't stopped at harsh words and strong rhetoric. Many examples of conspiracy theorists in general and 9/11 truthers in particular being held for psychiatric evaluation against their will could be cited here, but one case from the Corbett Report archives will serve to make the point. It's the case of Claire Swinney, a New Zealand journalist who in 2006 was, in her own words, held in a psychiatric ward and called delusional for saying 9/11 was an inside job.
Swinney's story, which she recounted in an interview on the Corbett Report in 2009, is remarkable for a number of reasons. Firstly, there is her harrowing account of how quickly a series of seemingly disconnected problems and concerns, a series of threats that she had received for her fearless reporting on Big Pharma and her 9/11 truth advocacy in the New Zealand press, a bout of insomnia, an offhand comment that was misinterpreted as a suicidal statement, escalated into full-on forced detention in a psychiatric ward. Secondly, there is her revelation that those who were supposed to be acting in her interest, a police officer, various social workers, the chief psychiatrist in the psychiatric ward, would not even listen to her when she tried to present evidence for her belief that 9/11 was an inside job. But for those who believe in the legal safeguards that exist to prevent the abuse of the psychiatric weapon, the most concerning fact of all is that Swinney's remarkable 11-day ordeal in forcible psychiatric confinement, a confinement that included forced medication, was that it occurred in direct contravention of the New Zealand government's own laws. In fact, not only does the country's Mental Health Act clearly state that forcible psychiatric detention is not permitted if it is based solely on a person's political beliefs, but, as Swinney notes, the medical personnel who authorized her confinement weren't even familiar with this provision. The compulsory psychiatric confinement of someone with no history of mental illness solely for expressing a belief in 9/11 truth is shocking enough. That this detention took place not in the United States and not in the immediate aftermath of the events, but in New Zealand some 5 years later, defies justification.
Sadly, this isn't an isolated incident. As we enter the biosecurity era, authorities around the world are working to set the precedent that people who resist the medical authorities' diktats can be diagnosed as mentally ill, stripped of their professional credentials, and even arrested. An example of this phenomenon that should be familiar to those in the Corbett Report audience is that of Dr. Meryl Nass. Dr. Nass is an internal medicine specialist with 42 years of medical experience, who had her medical license suspended by the Board of Licensure in Medicine, Maine's state medical regulator, for refusing to toe the government-approved line on COVID-19 treatments. Incredibly, in addition to suspending her medical license, state regulators also ordered her to undergo a psychiatric evaluation for the thought crime of disbelieving the government's COVID narrative. One of the most startling stories of psychiatric intimidation of a COVID skeptic, however, is that of Dr. Thomas Binder.
Dr. Binder is a cardiologist who has had a private medical practice in Switzerland for 24 years. As Taylor Hudak reported for The Last American Vagabond late last year, Dr. Binder's life was turned upside down in 2020 when he found he could not sit idly by while the entire medical profession lost its collective mind.
A well-respected Swiss cardiologist brutally arrested in his practice the day before Easter Sunday 2020. And the reason? He told the truth. It is a story so extreme that one may believe it is just that, a story of fiction. But this was a reality for Dr. Thomas Binder. While finishing work at his office on Saturday, April 11th, 2020, before a planned holiday vacation, Dr. Thomas Binder was aggressively confronted by a total of 60 armed police officers, including 20 officers with the anti-terrorism unit, Argus.
Dr. Binder's alleged crime? A series of blog posts attempting to alert the public to the unscientific nature of the lockdowns, the masking and social distancing requirements, and other restrictions being imposed on the public in the name of the pandemic.
I felt it was my duty as a doctor to inform the populace about this medical condition of the whole society.
I get it.
In a way that also lay people can understand, and once informed can decide how to proceed.
Dr. Binder wrote blog posts to his website and posted to social media debunking unscientific claims like zero COVID, asymptomatic spread, the flawed PCR testing, lockdown policies, and more. And on Thursday, April 9th, 2020, Dr. Binder posted a blog that went viral.
And this blog was read about 20,000 times in a day. And then I thought, well, this information will spread exponentially and other fellow doctors will do the same. And in a week or so, this nonsense will have collapsed.
Unfortunately, 2.5 years later, and we all know that's not what happened. Instead, Dr. Binder's viral blog post caught the attention of two colleagues, who together then called the chief of state police on Dr. Binder, claiming that he was a danger to himself and the government. This is what led to his brutal arrest 2 days later on April 11th, 2020.
To those who remain ignorant of the history of psychiatry,
forgive me, but sometimes I look at things and I'm like, why does this topic become like, well, I mean, the COVID thing was kind of like a worldwide phenomenon, right? That's fair enough. But like, and I guess the Charlie Kirk thing is that too. It's like certain stories that are like safe to be pro or against. It's just, you just allow, just somehow floors to the top. But then when there's like situations where there's no doubt about it, it's like almost tries to get like pushed out of the normal conversation of people who don't even look that deeply into politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Can't say I know. There we go.
psychiatry's use as a weapon of political oppression, this is incomprehensible enough. But what happened next almost defies belief, even among those of us already in the know. After studying Binder's blog posts and emails, the police determined that there were no grounds for issuing an arrest warrant. Nonetheless, they did send Dr. Binder for a mental health evaluation. Incredibly, the doctor in charge of Binder's psychiatric evaluation invented a diagnosis of corona insanity, which is not a recognized clinical condition, and ordered him to be placed in a psychiatric unit. After a period of evaluation, Binder was offered an ultimatum: remain in the psychiatric hospital for 6 weeks, or return home on condition that he take a neuroleptic medication.
The incredible and flagrantly illegal actions taken in the forcible psychiatric detention of conspiracy theorists and political dissenters like Swinney and Binder serve more than one purpose. Beyond temporarily sidelining the person in question, both Swinney and Binder returned to their work critiquing government narratives after their release, and beyond throwing their public reputation into doubt by forever associating their names with a false psychiatric diagnosis, the wielders of the psychiatric weapon achieve something of even greater value when they engage in such tactics. That is, the stories of these psychiatric detentions serve as warnings to the general public. When you dissent on sensitive political issues, you risk being institutionalized for your beliefs. Rationally speaking, it's utterly implausible to lock everyone who subscribes to a conspiracy theory in a padded cell. Even establishment sources readily admit that 50% of the public believe in some conspiracy or other, including the 49% of New Yorkers who, in 2004, claimed that the U.S. government knew in advance that attacks were planned on or around September 11, 2001, and that they consciously failed to act. And including the whopping 81% of Americans who declared in 2001 that they believed there was a conspiracy to assassinate President John F. Kennedy. But unfortunately for us,
Jesus, Corbett.
those who are brandishing this psychiatric weapon are not rational at all. In fact, as we shall see, those in political power who seek to diagnose their critics with mental illness are themselves suffering from one of the greatest psychopathologies of them all.
Okay. You gotta do some work here.
They are remorseless predators who use charm, intimidation, and, if necessary, impulsive and cold-blooded violence to attain their ends. They ruthlessly plow their way through life, leaving a broad trail of broken hearts, shattered expectations, and empty wallets. They have no feelings of guilt or remorse no matter what they do, no limiting sense of concern for the well-being of strangers, friends, or even family members.
Good enough.
Am I talking about politicians? Technocrats? Billionaire philanthrocapitalists? Royalty?
Heart
Captains
surgeons?
of industry? Of course I am. But I'm also talking about psychopaths.
Okay.
We all know what a psychopath is, or at least we think we do. They're chainsaw-wielding, crazed serial killers like Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Or they're knife-wielding, crazed serial killers like Buffalo Bill from The Silence of the Lambs. Or
Put
they're
the lotion in
acid-spraying,
the
lapel flower-wearing crazed serial
puts
killers
the
like the
lotion
Joker
on.
from Batman. But if that is what we think of when we think of a psychopath, we find that once again, we are the victims of Hollywood predictive programming, constructing our understanding of reality not from actual lived experience, but from fictional characters dreamt up by writers and projected on a screen. In the real world, psychopaths are a subset of the
population. You're just going to say that with no analysis behind it? You're just like, well, this is what they do. And walk away? That's not fucking good enough. Because I've seen creators go over clinical ideas of psychopathy and also the traumatized guy with a chainsaw. I'm just saying, I can see both happening. But for sure, there's probably people that are fucked up or stupid or whatever the fuck. You gotta back it up, Corbett. Pause. Here we go.
In the real world, psychopaths are a subset of the population who lack a conscience. The full implications of this strange mental condition are not apparent to the vast majority of us who do possess a conscience, and who assume that the inner life of most people is largely similar to our own.
In The Sociopath Next Door, Dr. Martha Stout, a clinical psychologist who has devoted much of her career to the subject, demonstrates what the absence of a conscience really means by inviting her readers to participate in this exercise. Imagine, if you can, not having a conscience. None at all. No feelings of guilt or remorse no matter what you do. No limiting sense of concern for the well-being of strangers, friends, or even family members.
What's that? What'd you say?
Jiminy Cricket. Or in the cartoons, they would have like your conscious stand on your shoulder.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, just the guy who the story that we're doing, that is really like nuts that they sent 60 officers and the officers didn't have anything they could even arrest him on.
Yeah.
Like, and they still raided him like that. Like they didn't even have. Obviously, they didn't have a warrant, and they just like that does blow my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, that is crazy. But I think you can possibly like draw out like how these things happen, right? From the officer's point of view, psychologically, to whatever weirdo is in office and their motivations, to all of it. I had to guess. I think you can actually attempt to diagnose this scenario. But yes, on its own, yeah, that's fucking nuts. For sure. Here we go.
None at all. No feelings of guilt or remorse no matter what you do. No limiting sense of concern for the well-being of strangers, friends, or even family members. Imagine no struggles with shame. Not a single one in your whole life. No matter what kind of selfish, lazy, harmful, or immoral action you had taken. And pretend that the concept of responsibility is unknown to you, except as a burden others seem to accept without question, like gullible fools. Now add to this strange fantasy the ability to conceal from other people that your psychological makeup is radically different from theirs. Since everyone simply assumes that conscience is universal among human beings, hiding the fact that you are conscience-free is nearly effortless. You are not held back from any of your desires by guilt or shame, and you are never confronted by others for your cold-bloodedness. The ice water in your veins is so bizarre, so completely outside of their personal experience, that they seldom even guess at your condition. The possibilities for manipulation, deceit, violence, and destruction that this condition presents should be obvious by this point. And indeed, as a number of books by psychologists and researchers studying psychopathy, from Howard Cleckley's seminal 1941 work, The Mask of Sanity, to Robert Hare's popular book, Without Conscience, to Andrew Lobachevsky's rescued from the dustbin of history by an independent publisher opus, Political Ponerology, have repeatedly tried to warn the public over the years, psychopaths do exist. They represent something like 4% of the population, and they are responsible for much of the havoc in our society. So how do we know who is a psychopath? That, as you might imagine, is a highly contested question.
Good
While
luck.
various biomedical explanations for this condition have been proffered, dysfunction of the amygdala and ventromedial prefrontal cortex, for example, and dozens of studies to determine the relationship between brain physiology and psychopathy have been conducted in the past half-century, psychopathy is most commonly diagnosed by way of the psychopathy checklist, revised, known as the PCLR. Devised by Robert Hare.
I think he's missing some major things here because, like, I'm not sure what if there's like creepy music in the background. It's just very. It's not. What he's talking about is something psychological, right? Or in that camp, and in the checklist are the worst possible way. But
yeah,
he's talking about something that he's describing as to why like these people do these things, and he basically makes that condition sound like they're all evil, because that's what and I think he's tracing this to a root of these politicians and people who do harm. And I think that,
yeah,
I mean, we could observe that there are people out there that do a lot of harm in this way, but I don't think any psychologist would describe this as being like, well, these people would be bad just from this, right? And that seems missing from the way what he's describing, because otherwise you might want to crack down on this, right? But it's not a causal thing, yeah, that's kind of concerning for me what the way he's
Well,
describing
the
this.
thing he just accused Hollywood of doing, he's doing himself in a way. Of
Yeah.
this is the behavior. Like he brought up the like, oh, they're all chainsaw killing, massacring ass motherfuckers, right? Like, meanwhile, like I could see someone with the quote unquote. At that point, I wouldn't even call it a pathology if they are quote unquote like don't feel as much as others, but they could see let's say they're like narcissistic, like a clinical diagnosis of narcissistic psychopathy, right? It's like they might avoid things like positions of power because they see JFK getting shot or Reagan getting shot or Trump getting shot at or whatever the fuck, right? But they're like, yo, to preserve myself, this seems dangerous. I can do much better by just like, living a nice life in my community, like a comfortable life, maybe physically comfortable, whatever. It's probably actually better to avoid the limelight, avoid social power in that direction. Make sure I get mines. That could be like a thing, right? And also, what's not being brought up is that we all have moments of any type of thing that would be clinically called, a pathology. We all have those aspects. We do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm uncaring when I shit on some guy in Apex, right? When I shit on him, right? Because it's just like it's a video game, right? I'm not like, oh my god, this poor soul. No, instead I hover over them and teabag their bodies. Like,
you don't care about that one time you killed somebody in Apex?
A guy who doesn't play video games, who would be a bot if he did try to play, is talking right now. Go ahead, Dupster. The floor is yours. Exactly.
Hi, how are you guys doing? Welcome to Dupster's shit show. Jordan will be the star.
Dupster likes long walks on the beach with a guy named Bubba. Anyways, let's keep it moving. Yeah, we all have these things. The idea of schizophrenia. We all have aspects of these things. ADHD or ODD or all these. Like, we all have. Maybe some people have more of a leaned-in version of that, like they're more zoomed in on those specific things. But we all have those aspects. So, like, hey, when you're in that mode, are you dangerous? Are you actually dangerous? Maybe, but like, it's not going to be explored. It's going to be the extremes, most likely, right? In this documentary, clinically, and obviously something like Hollywood, where they want to dramatize everything. Duh. So, it's just going to come off as like a assessment, but maybe lean into the conspiracy world, I guess, and for that sense of the world and shit like that. It is what it is.
Yeah, a couple more points based on what he said so far. 4%. I've heard 5, but that's almost the same number. That is a lot of people. That's 1 out of 20, right? So that if that number is true, then it's not really uncommon. Like that's actually fairly common. 1 out of 20 people. So it makes it like, and the main reason to point that out is to say that when we try to assess something, well, like because he's trying to link this to really bad actions, it's looking kind of evil, like the way he's putting the tones. Um, and the other,
What is 1 out of 20 people?
he's saying
5%.
they're psychopaths. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
5%.
I was like doing math for a second.
Yeah, and
I'm doing the actual calculator. It's the entire planet, 8 billion. Divide by 20, that's 400,000. So 400,000 people are psychopaths.
Would be more than that. If you're in billions, you should be in millions. Like, yeah, like maybe 400 million. Yeah, according to his numbers. And the other thing about, like, because the topic started with crazy people, right? Like labeling somebody crazy. Like, I think right now he is talking about people in positions of power, but I think anybody that is kind of outstanding or renowned for something, it could be for a positive skill as well. Like for example,
sports.
We talk, yeah, in sports we talk about like Michael Jordan a lot, and like he would definitely be obsessive, like obsessive personality. Anybody to like just do the work that's needed to be at the top of their game would necessarily have to fit into some types of pathologies. It doesn't, and they're celebrated, right, for the results.
Sure.
I think that context is important when we try to put people into what's like normal behavior. That really does erase all of the greats in every field if they're normal.
Yeah, I would say. But then there is like the idea that what Corbett's probably leaning towards is like it doesn't turn off once they're done. When Michael Jordan gets home and he hugs his kids, maybe it's different than when he's 1v1 on a basketball court. I think maybe where Corbett's going, meaning like even in these guys like normal lives, they don't give a fuck about their kids. They don't give a fuck about things going on around them and all that shit. I would basically disagree with that idea, but I think that's the idea he's going with, right? Versus some guy who's like a killer on the court or whatever thing they're doing, right? Like a heart surgeon, right? Or like very like emotionless as they're doing their job because they want to lock in a way, right? Granted, that's to me not the right way to lock in, but that's their version of locking in. When they get home, it's like, all right, I'm out of the scrubs. I'm not in not in the hospital anymore. It's time to watch, Netflix with my wife or something, right? It becomes something different. So, but at the same time, something I have theorized and get worried about is the robotification of behavior by people in society. Where like there's no care where are we caring at? Where are we throwing our care? Like what are we throwing our care at? And there is an idea, like especially if it's someone where like their psychopathy is like pathological, right? Where it is like all the time, kind of like an uncaringness towards things and just like I guess self gratification. but the gratification isn't even like emotional, where it's like, hey, I got an A+ and my dad gave me a hug because of that. But gratification in the sense of I got my dick sucked, I got high over here, or whatever the fuck it is, right? Like just like kind of hedonistic pleasures. I think about theories of these guys because not necessarily because it's some grand conspiracy, but just like natural of wanting to terraform other people's behaviors and the way the world works towards their liking. Right? It doesn't have to be some sort of concerted effort on a conspiracy level. Just people maybe just naturally do that. Where it's like, let's say if you're a teacher and you really care about, I don't know, puppies, and you see a kid smack a puppy, right? You're like, yo, what are you doing, Johnny? Stop it right now. It's not some conspiracy. It's just that's the way I believe the world to be. That's the way I want the world to behave. I don't want people beating up puppies. So you know what? I'm going to yell at this kid to stop him from doing that. And in a way, that's that teacher's version of terraforming. But when it comes to something like possibly like clinical psychopathy, I mean, fuck clinical. Just your idea of psychopathy, or my idea of it at least, because I'm talking, where these guys maybe make it in Wall Street somewhere. Or president of the United States, or a world leader this, or a world banker that, or whatever the fuck. Like, now take what they have for themselves and watch them terraform versus the kindergarten teacher that got mad at a kid for smacking a puppy. You see what I'm saying? It could be natural, but it could be conspiratorial too. Maybe these guys like, hey, you're like me and I'm like you. Let's be friends. I'm JP Morgan. I run, this banking thing. Oh, I'm David E. Rockefeller, whatever the fuck his name is, and I run this thing over here. I run oil or some shit. Let's team up. We're the same type of people. We're good. And yeah, that's where a conspiracy like that could end up going. It's fair and it's unfair. As in, these questions should be asked of Corbett, 100%. At the same time, he's making an hour-and-a-half documentary to where. That is you just heard like what I just said. There's a lot of rabbit holes to go through to try to figure out and diagnose the exact scenario. And, maybe for the sake of clarity to the audience, or for the sake of entertainment for the audience, or a mixture of a bunch of different things. That could be why Corbett's doing what Corbett's doing. Right? It's just like, as an individual who's not making a documentary, you're using thoughts for yourself, I would hope that people actually try to navigate those rabbit holes, right? Instead of trying to make some sort of product for an audience. But anyways, all right, let's keep it moving. Here we go.
Most influential psychopathy researcher of the past half century, the PCLR involves, among other things, a semi-structured interview in which a subject is tested for 20 personality traits and recorded behaviors, from egocentricity, grandiose sense of worth, to pathological lying and deception, to lack of remorse or guilt, to early behavior problems. Although none of these personality traits are indicative of psychopathy by themselves, the presence of a certain number of them, corresponding to a score of 30 or higher on the PCLR test, is used to diagnose the condition.
That's weird.
So how would your average politician score on this test? Let's find out. Egocentricity / grandiose sense of self-worth? Check.
We don't know that.
Pathological lying and deception? Check.
Yeah, but that's how easy these checkboxes are. Like, they don't mean... Like, this is how I had that time that they gave me meds, was for... It was I hit enough checkboxes. And it was all bullshit. And, like, that's all it takes. Like, what he's doing... Yeah, you could be wrong on something, but that's the point. Like, there's no real measure for this. They're just hitting off yes or no.
I mean, the same thing that people praise Trump for, they're damning him for, which is something we don't have a real answer for. Something like egocentricity and grandiose sense of self-worth. Like, how the fuck do we know that one? How do we measure that one? I know he says words out loud, but I don't know if, like, it could be bullshitting. It could be playing a character for the audience. We all have personas, right? When you go on that first date with someone, may present a certain character, that you think the other person might like, or whatever the fuck, right? Or the way you want to be seen, on and so forth. So that's not good enough. But something like lying, I think is, once again, either when I do these assessments, let's say like someone like Trump, right? When I do these assessments, I'm like, either he's lying or he's one of the dumbest people ever, or just like, that's what I get from that. I give him options.
Right.
Like, hey, maybe he's just really dumb, or he's a liar. Both arguments on the table. Now, if someone sits him down and says, "Hey, man,
well,
you said this one day, you said something different the next day. What is going on here?" And he gives you a bullshit excuse.
You can
it's like,
catch that.
I feel like this guy's lying. He's a liar. I feel comfortable with that.
Egocentricity, grandiose sense of self-worth. But aren't we like supposed to have some self-worth? And then what if it's to the level of Trump, where
sense of self-worth.
No, but what if it's to the level of Trump, and that's what also built his self-worth, because he projected like himself to be awesome. It helped his self-worth grow to be awesome, at least to the standard he's considering awesome.
Yeah, but that could be, if you're doing it in a sense of ignoring others, like empathetically, that would be psychopathic behavior to me. 100%.
What if, no, I'm saying if he's saying, for example, before he was in politics, you just apply it to business. I gotta be like cutthroat, and I gotta be badass, and I gotta be, I'm awesome, and everybody needs to hear me say I need everybody to hear me say I'm awesome, and that builds my self-worth to assist my awesomeness. Isn't it like a circular thing? Like they're both relying on it. Your ego and your self-worth are relying on each other.
I get what you're saying, but I look at
it helps in the concept of that.
I look at it more like someone who kills someone one day, right? Say that they're forced to, a soldier, something like that, whatever. They're forced to kill someone, right? And at first, like, fuck, like the shock and awe of it could be a lot for someone, right? But let's say they're ordered to kill 100 more people. All of a sudden, that shock and awe starts dwindling and dwindling to where maybe it's just like a very, very, very quiet voice somewhere in the way back of your psyche. Where now it's like, you are behaving psychopathically when you're in these scenarios, possibly. Like think of that guy, and
well,
it's the example we went over before.
Is that the actual definition of psycho? Because
I'm going with
just
my
killed 100
idea.
people.
No, not because he killed 100 people, but because there's no feeling behind it anymore, because maybe he got used to it, just like with anything else, right? Like some people might say, like, oh, Michael Jordan's a psychopath at the free throw line because he's not nervous, not scared, not extra happy. He's like, this is what I do. I just do this. Boom. And he makes the shot.
Does that make him
in the moment?
Like,
no, the way I define
like,
things.
Is getting in the gear the same thing as psychopath, like locked in?
For me, that's not truly locked in, but like, the idea of what these guys are going, what Corbett and the definitions he's using, as far as like a cold, unempathetic, right, expression.
Right. Tunnel vision is not necessarily psycho.
It doesn't make you as a whole psycho, but it could look like on its own, isolated. It could mimic or be comparable to someone else doing the same, like someone else that would be diagnosed as psychopathic. It could be like the same, almost like if you had like a meter, they could plug into both of them. You'd be like, oh, it's the same thing's happening. If that makes sense.
I mean, maybe. I can't remember the full breakdown of what psychopath means, but.
They mostly go with like a lack of empathy.
I picture him
quote unquote conscience, whatever that means.
I mean,
you have to
I gotta go into tunnel vision driving sometimes. And this
Yeah.
it's like just keep getting through, keep going. I'm fucking on 9 hours out of the day. Keep fucking going. Just I'm fucking rocking right now, kind of feeling. But I don't think I'm like psycho in the sense of I'm ignoring the other cars on the road.
But it's no, exactly. Like you're in like kind of a mode almost. But if someone jumped in the middle of the road, you'd probably like react towards like, oh fuck, right? Because
Right.
you don't want to hit someone.
I don't want to do a lot of things. Yeah.
It's
I don't want to
more
wreck the car.
of you within
It's
you
still
type of
it's
thing.
still somewhat personal stuff, and then it's also the understanding of other people are in a like it could fuck up somebody's life if I hit them.
Yes, but let me add something to it. What if it's someone who's like, oh, trucks, they damage the world. They make the world a worse place. And you're driving your truck in that mode. Would you be unempathetic to their position? Would you be like, oh, that's bullshit, fuck that, and you just go driving, right?
I wouldn't intentionally hit them because they think trucks are bad.
No, not hitting them. Just the idea that trucks are bad themselves. But you don't believe that. So thus you turn your mind off from that idea being possible. You're like, oh, that's not the case. That's not true. So thus you get into your mode and you drive your fucking truck, right? In a way, if you zoom into certain particular scenarios,
I guess I
right?
consider the idea, but I'm not like objecting myself to the idea. Well, no, I'm objecting to the idea. I've considered the idea.
But okay, when you play competitive sports, right? Someone has to lose, and when someone loses, something typically bad happens for them. Whether it's disappointment, or maybe a coach gets fired, or a player gets cut, or whatever the fuck. But in that moment, when Michael Jordan's shooting that game-winning free throw, he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, fuck them, I'm here to win. They don't even exist to me. Thus, you kind of turn off certain, empathetic factors in the scenario, right?
Right.
So but I'm not saying that's like, oh, he's crazy serial killer. I'm saying like we all have these faculties. That's why they're there. We use them in certain scenarios.
That's why I brought up driving, because I feel a level of that. It's not like to the level of this is my lane and that's it. But I do feel a level of that turning stuff off.
But I think it's a little different.
Right.
It's like
There's
turning things
nothing
off.
to win.
Well, it's turning things off to get something done. It's turning something off to get something done, and the thing that you're getting done is not meant to harm anyone. If it was meant to harm someone, I think you might feel differently about it. Right? You'd feel something in those moments, right? Versus, let's say, the way Corbett's describing maybe some of these politicians, where it's like the idea of like the idea of just being like kind of cold-blooded about things and unempathetic is kind of like a thing 24/7 is what I think Corbett's going towards. Of whether it's their kids or it's a bomb that goes off in the middle of the ocean, either way, like fuck it. Who cares? I'm getting what I'm getting done for me, and I guess some of my friends, because they're my friend, not because they're real friends, but because my friends help me also. Right? Which is that's a whole different animal. Right? Just like when we have quote unquote like schizophrenic things in our lives, right? Where we think we see something, but that might not be there. Right? Like simple shit. I brought up to Anthony that last time where it's like maybe a mosquito bit you one day when you're in a certain spot outside. And now every time you go out there, you start feeling like something's crawling on you. You start slapping your arms and like make sure there's no fucking mosquitoes on you and all that shit, right? This is kind of a form of seeing things, right? Like kind of a schizophrenic thing. But then there's people that hyper zoom in to that thing, to that phenomenon, and they're like really like seeing things all the time, all over the fucking place, right? It's just, I think we all have these faculties. We just, maybe some zoom in it a little bit more than others. And as you said, with Donald Trump, someone like that, possibly, not saying this is the case, but possibly when you get some positive reinforcement as far as, in regards to like kind of a selfish sense of like, I won, I'm getting better results. It's like, his idea of better results. So you know what? Yeah, I felt bad killing that person that first time. Maybe I was nervous about it, whatever the fuck. But the more and more I do it, I'm comfortable. Now I'm chilling. And now you turn off these other faculties of empathy because I win. I win. Fuck the other guy. I won life. Which is definitely a very possible phenomenon.
What we're seeing right now, Charlie Kirk dies, and they amp up the divisiveness of, you know what? We're going to go with the left's tactics here on hate speech and enforce it in reverse.
Yeah, well, it could be, it could be Karen mode for like someone like Nancy Mace, or it could be a note passed down from higher ups saying, hey, maybe you want to do this. Hey, don't you care about Charlie? You care about him, right? Yeah, introduce his bill. Do that. Right? Where someone could be the little creeper in the room trying to get someone else that maybe cares a bit and get them to fucking do something for you because they don't care about you, right? Like, hey, where's Cash? Sit down. Where's Cash at? Cash, get over here. Get over there.
At the end of all this,
answer these questions.
In the look at history, you could say the left made Trump fascist. When you look back in 60 years.
That's a weird statement.
Mm-hmm.
The left.
Well, that's the Weimar. So the Weimar Republic made Hitler. They were leftists. They made the fascist.
Okay, but the mom that votes Democrat every year is not calculated.
No,
right?
I'm saying like he's becoming the fascist that they all were scared of.
He's becoming? Have you seen his track record?
Incrementally.
No, no. Before politics, have you seen his track record of criminal behavior?
What was his criminal behavior before politics?
I think he's notoriously known for working with the fucking mob in New York and Atlantic City and other places, Florida as well. Like notorious. Is that
the only thing
maybe
I
don't
know
believe
of
that? Okay.
It's what it would take to even get a casino in Atlantic City.
He's like a slumlord almost, right? Or actually, basically, right?
I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Really? With some of the small apartment buildings he was running?
No.
Okay.
I looked into it. I don't agree to that.
Did he work with the mob, though? I'm pretty sure he did. That's pretty fucking accurate.
I think you would have to open a casino.
Yeah, but that's the same as I got to kill this guy to keep going forward, but then they ask you to kill 5 more, and you get colder and colder about it as you go.
You could be a hands-off person
or that can be him.
Has to make
that's his fault.
You can be a hands-off person that has to pay the mob off.
Oh, come on. Once again, hey guys, I want those same protections in my life. Anyways, let's keep it moving. Here we go.
Grandiose sense of self-worth? Check. Pathological lying and deception? Check. Conning / lack of sincerity? Check. Lack of remorse or guilt? Check. Callous / lack of empathy? Check. Parasitic lifestyle? Isn't that the definition of a career politician? Check.
It's definition of government.
Early behavior problems?
In women.
Check. Actually, this one is straight from Stout's book. But her story of the young boy who uses his Star-Spangled Banner firecrackers in their skull and crossbones emblazoned box to blow up frogs is just a composite case that isn't meant to represent anyone in particular, of course. I could go on, but you get the idea. To be fair, a cherry-picked list of isolated examples of politicians'
Also,
behavior like
that's
this
such a general
is not
phrase
enough.
too. What was it? Early behavior problems.
Yeah.
That could be anything. It's so generic. It's like that
also
one time
uses
you
a
got in
you.
trouble, changed your life, huh?
He's also Canadian and uses a you in behavior. Just saying.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a Canadian spelling. Okay.
Kids can be like color, right? There's no you in color, but Canadians and British people use a you. Shout out to Katie.
Okay.
But kids can be just curious about things, straight up. Now, someone can have curiosity at different ages and stages in life. Like you'll hear that quite a bit of people who do like killings, especially like the ones that are like the more like serial killer style thing, where they're curious to watch the the lights in their eyes go away, as like life leaves the body in a way. You'll hear that in different testimonies and things like that, almost like a curiosity. Like, what is that phenomenon? They can't help but look away. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. You could, for me personally, I could go back in my timeline of life and look for, like, when was the point that everything changed? And I could point at, like, 3 or 4 different instances when I was a kid. And be like, that's the one. And then I would go back and be like, wait, this one happened earlier. Wait, this one happened earlier. And then I went through, I was pretty bad as a young adult. And it's like, but wait, I kind of turned things around at a certain point. So how'd I do that if these really bad things kind of got me in this direction? Early behavior problems are not absolute in defining someone's life. They could be.
Yeah.
I would think they could be. Like, this moment changed everything. And there was no turning back, and I was on this path for good or bad.
Yeah.
But then you still have the opportunity later in life to also change.
I always agree with that.
This early behavior problem being part of the test for psycho scares me of the aspect of how they're classifying things.
Well, it shouldn't be a they are this forevermore type of thing. I definitely never look at it that way. I always it's a matter, in my opinion, it's a matter of self-observation, honestly. And even though
he stepped on a frog,
he
stepped on a frog, he liked how it felt, so he stepped on 2 more. Well, that's crazy. But then he turned around and never does anything evil again. He changed.
Well, it's less. I would look at it less as the idea of change. It's when I see like the idea of like hyper narcissism, right? If I look at that idea, it's actually one of the most selfless, kind of, in my opinion, like the way I would diagnose it, because there's lack of observation of you as a person. I mean, you can't get more selfless than that. Like, you almost make appearances for the world around you rather than being accounted for by yourself. Like you observing yourself, saying, "I like this" or "I don't like that." It's more of, how do I get something outside of me to happen to outside of me, instead of like introspection of observing your own behaviors. As soon as you start observing, it can become like not so nice, right? So it's no one, for me at least, as far as people getting caught in a pathology, as far as behavior goes, it could be, once again, it could be so many different things. So many different things. Not all of them like globally harmful. Well, in a way, it would be globally harmful, but more so because you're doing actions you yourself don't want to do, but you don't realize you're doing it. Like on a simple scale of, I don't want to be doing this action, but I do it anyways, whether it's conscious or subconscious. And I'm like, man, why do I do that? Meanwhile, it's like, observe yourself when you're in those like little incremental moments right before you do an action. Observe yourself. But they're not doing that, and because they're unaware of themselves, they usually end up unaware of others as well. And that usually spells trouble. It usually does. But yeah, I can go down 10 bajillion rabbit holes with stuff like that. I've thought about this shit quite a bit. Quite a fucking bit. But okay, it's like, once again, Corbett's doing like the kind of bland like almost like you said, like what Hollywood was doing, right? Of, oh, you're a psycho, so you're a Hannibal fucking Lecter. Like, no, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. But yet he's doing these categorical things of, early behavior problems. Like, is that because it's George W. Bush? You saw the end result. Meanwhile, there's people that you don't see their end result that maybe did something similar. Straight up. I won't lie. Like when I was a kid, I won't lie. I've stepped on ants, or what's this? The magnifying glass shit. I've done that before when I was a little ass kid.
Well, I'll tell you what I did. I was a little fucking crazy fucker. I used to go fishing all the time, and I was probably 6, 7 years old. I'd catch frogs by stabbing through into the ground, and just I'd
like
cut them up and use them as bait. Or I just did it for fun of plenty of times. No, with a knife. Like, they were dead.
Yeah. And
like,
yeah.
Sometime I chop them up and use them as bait to catch other things, so it was useful. But then there was a period where it's just like, I'm just killing frogs.
Yeah. And I'm sure like a lot of little kids. Stupid shit.
Retrospect. Yeah, that was. I don't know how you would classify it, but it was kind of a type of crazy, I guess. At 6 years old, 6, 7 years old.
Oh, it's curiosity, but you can't have.
30 frogs later.
Well, you just what? You just wanted to kill him? It's still like a morbid curiosity, I think. It's just once you bring other aspects
lack
with you.
of empathy.
Well, you bring
definitely a lack of empathy.
You learn to like, unite your own little Justice League and bring your other faculties, your other psychological faculties with you, where you have your empathy hanging out next to your morbid curiosity. And you can maybe like, okay, hey man, maybe we'll think about it, but not actually do something like that. Or like think about like what would happen if you do this. Or like, damn, it's maybe dominance, maybe me fucking someone up, right? Or fucking a frog up, or whatever the fuck. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. Like
when you bring your other
like
teammates,
I don't remember the feeling, but I do remember the action. And I kind of like can imagine the feeling, I guess, but I can't exactly remember it.
Yeah. Then you have societal conditioning on top of that of maybe viewing, like as society as a whole, right? They'd view a frog as lesser. Sure, people will mature to say, oh, they're important too, but like if it's, your parent or a frog in the road, you're going to swerve the car towards the frog for a lot of people, right?
Right.
And they won't even feel anything about it, by the way. That's probably the main point. They wouldn't feel anything about it if they did.
What if that was part of the trolley experiment? Kill one frog to save 10 people.
I don't think there'd be a question for like 90% of the population. But I also think that's a problem to not even go there psychologically. What if Dubster kisses it and turns into his prince? You know what I'm saying? Anyways.
Princess, you're mistaking me for you. It's weird, dude. You gotta figure it out. You're the gay one.
You're old. Anyways, here we go.
I could go on, but you get the idea. To be fair, a cherry-picked list of isolated examples of
there you go.
politicians' behavior like this is not enough to diagnose anyone as a psychopath, and by itself should not convince
Okay,
you
I
of
appreciate
anything.
this, Corbett. Okay.
Nor should you be convinced by the psychologists who have offered their professional opinion on politicians they have not themselves examined, like neuropsychologist Paul Brox, who in 2003 speculated as to whether Tony Blair was a plausible psychopath, or professor of psychology David T. Lycan, who in the Handbook of Psychopathy argues not just that Stalin and Hitler were high-functioning psychopaths, but that Lyndon B. Johnson exemplified this syndrome.
So is it fair to suspect that psychopaths are overrepresented in the political class? According to Martha Stout, it is. Yes, politicians are more likely than people in the general population to be sociopaths. I think you would find no expert in the field of sociopathy, psychopathy, antisocial personality disorder who would dispute this. That a small minority of human beings literally have no conscience was and is a bitter pill for our society to swallow. But it does explain a great many things, shamelessly deceitful political behavior being one.
All right, good. Good?
The idea of there are more psychopaths in politics, think about the job at hand. You are literally choosing to favor these people over favoring those people. I'm going to write these people off. I'm going to write these people in. I'm going to kill these people. I'm not going to kill these people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a contributing factor. It could probably make someone a psychopath. It could also be why a psychopath wants to go there.
Yeah. I actually absolutely agree. It's actually like someone becoming one. It's literally the idea of maybe you kill someone once and you're like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. But then you're ordered to kill 99 more. And by the time you're at body even 5 or 6, you're like, oh, well, it's just Monday. Whatever. It's just Monday. Right?
Well,
I'm thinking
on the higher end, like someone that decides like a president or a king.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You came into it. Let's say you weren't psycho, and then someone presents you something that says, "All right, this is who's attacking something that we care about."
Yeah.
It's how much do we care about it? What will we do? Should we kill them? Should we tase them? Should we bomb them? We have a counter-strike plan. And here is the options. All the way to nuking them to proportional response. How do we know these words? Like, because someone came up with this shit. Like,
yeah.
Like, it's like we're figuring out, should this be proportional? Should we let it go? You're literally in the position to decide other people's fate in a current situation on a regular basis.
Sounding very analytical when you do it, which is why I bring this
and
idea
thinking
of
analytical and trying to be analytical about who lives, who dies, which industry to invest in, which also is a level of who lives, who dies. Which
it depends on what they believe, though. That depends on if they believe that or not, right? That depends on that.
Well, I mean,
like, there's difference between a bomb hitting someone and, if we shut down this industry over here, right? Where like, maybe in someone's mind, it's not going to actually harm. It's going to help them, not harm them. So they may believe that thing. It's not actually full blown uncaring of other people. It's just kind of a blindness to others, sure. But
so, example, we're gonna shut DEI programs down. Yes, the immediate action will be 5,000 people lose jobs, or 50,000, whatever the number be, but it will be better off for them in the long run.
If they believe that, sure. I'm not how many.
It's analytical. It's an analytical way of looking at it.
Yeah, but yeah, no, that can someone could be like that and mean like in their minds mean well, but go about it that way. But me personally, which I say quite often, I always look for people that lead in with empathy first. Meaning, I understand why people don't like this or do like or whatever the fuck. Try to like understand the factors first because they're supposed to be serving people, right? They're not supposed to be masters of people. They're supposed to be servers of people, most likely, right? That's kind of the idea. And with news people too.
But at the end of the day, government's method is to be master of people.
But they don't have to do it that way. I guess is the point. They don't have to do it that way.
I mean, that's what Congress does when it passes law. That's what President does when he passes an executive order. It's what a judge does whenever they rule.
Well,
this was a constitutional violation. No, it wasn't. Let me hear your argument out. Let me hear your argument out. All right, now I'm deciding your fate.
Yeah, but I mean, well, sure. But like maybe modern day, that's not going to work so well because you have the internet, right? Where you can like, hey, people of whatever, people of Massachusetts, what do you think about this idea? And like actually try to like get in contact with, hear arguments, whether it's text or voices, whatever the fuck. You could do live streams. You could do so many different things to figure out what your constituents actually want, right? Maybe not every little detail of every little thing, but you can try to at the very least. But I don't. That's a rarity.
You're still your master, as in you're deciding the fate of someone, whether they agree with you or not. You're deciding their fate.
Yeah.
But if someone dissents against you or disagrees with you, and they challenge you, you're still in that authority position of deciding their fate.
Yeah. Yeah, but it would be a. I mean, it would almost be like if they were truly like deep down, like really well-meaning, and also like led with empathy, you'd make the effort to figure out or try to find out where people are at with that.
But over time, you're going to be making all these decisions, and you're going to be like, I'm the decision maker, so at the end of the day, at a level, the psychopath mentality looks like it's on their face.
Yeah.
At least. Of like, oh yeah, for a judge, for example, I've seen 10 guys drinking liquor outside in the last month, so it's just the regular pay your fine or don't go to jail for a week. Or whatever they want to do. So they're tired of it. They're just like, you're just another one of them. You're just another one of them. You're just another one of them.
I mean, if people really wanted to put like really OCD levels of effort into this stuff, you could go maybe with your best sense or after hearing people talk, your best sense of what this policy should be, but then also like, all right, so everyone that likes what I did right here, please go live your lives, do your things. The guys that don't like this, now I want to hear you the loudest. If you agree with me, get the fuck out of the room. I want to hear the people that don't like what I did. I want to hear like really good and try your best to make arguments about it. Like, but then again, I'm waiting for aliens and Jesus. All right, here we go. Let's keep playing.
For whatever it's worth, certain members of the UK government agree with Stout's assessment. In 1982, one UK Home Office official suggested recruiting psychopaths to help restore order in the event England is hit by a devastating nuclear attack. And the reasoning behind this official's surprising suggestion? The fact that psychopaths have no feeling for others, nor moral code, and tend to be very intelligent and logical,
they can have moral
means
codes.
They would be very good in crises.
This is actually the movie version of.
To be sure, the a priori case for the utility of psychopathic traits in political office is fairly obvious. But empirical data to back up this intuition is hard to come by. After all, politicians, corporate chieftains, royals, and bankers are not administered a PCLR test before assuming their office or position.
I think we've offered
Nonetheless,
some good critiques.
a number
here,
of
so
researchers have offered
Corbett
some
go.
data that supports the political and corporate psychopathy thesis. They include Clive Boddy, a professor at Anglia Ruskin University, who argues that evidence for the existence of white-collar psychopaths comes from multiple studies which have found psychopathy among white-collar populations. Dr. Kevin Dutton, an Oxford University psychologist who used a standard psychometric tool, the Psychopathy Personality Inventory, revised, to score a number of current and historical political personages, finding that Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, and Ted Cruz scored relatively high on the test, along with Winston Churchill, Adolf Hitler, and Saddam Hussein. Scott O. Lilienfeld, a professor of psychology at Emory University who led a study of the 43 U.S. presidents up to George W. Bush, demonstrating that certain psychopathic personality traits directly correlate with political success. And Ryan Murphy, research associate professor at Southern Methodist University, whose 2018 study concluded that Washington, D.C. had the highest prevalence of personality traits corresponding to psychopathy in the continental U.S., and also found that the concentration of lawyers is correlated to the prevalence of psychopathy in a geographic area. Even Robert Hare, who has co-authored one of the few empirical studies confirming a higher prevalence of psychopathic traits among corporate professionals in management training programs than in the general population, has said that he regrets spending most of his career studying psychopaths in prison rather than psychopaths in positions of political and economic power. When questioned about this regret, he noted that serial killers ruin families, while corporate and political and religious psychopaths ruin economies. They ruin societies.
Economies? This is the stupid, like, the thing when I hear, once again, the Jared Taylors and the Nick Fuentes is talking about crime rates, and it's like, hey, but this guy just blew up a boat of people over here. Well, those were drug dealers. Those are terrorists. What? It's like, yeah. It's like, does, you know, the dude from O Block get the same excuse? Well, he shot and killed a drug dealer. It's okay. It's like, does he get the same deal for doing that? Did he do a public good by doing so? I understand that there's different contexts there, but like, it's like, just like, fuck the little, believe it, I'm going to say this word. Fuck this little like matrix thing that's sitting on top of the world of narratives of like social roles and what's okay and what's not okay. This guy has a suit on, this guy has baggy jeans, so this guy's, when he does crime, we count it. When this guy does crime, no one counts it because he has a suit on. If we get rid of those things, you actually look at it like these motherfuckers massacre people across the planet. But it's put in a different category, so thus it's not cared about the same. And it's like, yo, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? And it's like, damn, is that part of the terraforming possibly? Where we care more about Charlie Kirk getting shot than a boat full of 11 people getting blown up. Is that where we're at? Apparently, I guess. Fuck my life.
Well,
yeah. God.
I know you don't like thinking about money when you think about war, but the whole idea of what the guy's talking about, like, destroying an economy kills people. Great Depression is the example of like I forget the number, but certain more than 1 million people died because of the Great Depression economic fallout.
I understand.
And it did increase crime. It led to other things, and there were players that basically did it.
People increase crime, but I understand what you're saying. I get that.
Well, the desperation increased.
I understand
because of the lack of supplies and resources.
I understand, but my point was that we haven't gotten over directly blowing someone up. We haven't gotten over that one. So how the fuck are we gonna see the chain reaction of economics? If someone dies from the chain reaction of economics, if they don't care about the direct bomb blowing people up, like how the fuck were you? Like, how is that going to become like the thing? I want it to be the thing too, but we haven't gotten past directly bullet to head shit. We haven't gotten past that.
I agree with blowing up the boat you're referring to.
You don't have evidence.
Don't agree. I don't agree with the shooting of Charlie Kirk in the neck. So I'm stuck at I don't understand what you mean, because yes, we don't have evidence, but we are told that.
Do you know why you agree with it? Do you understand why you agree?
Because
you said blowing up people, right? So you kind of lost me there about like just killing people, but I think there's a reason. So do you know why?
Because they've babied it down a little bit now, but the original thought was they have fentanyl on their boats, which is a killer of human beings.
If somebody stopped you, you're driving, someone stopped you, and they see fentanyl in your passenger seat. Now, whether it's yours, whatever, for whatever reason,
kilos of it is what I'm guessing. Like it was
decided to drop a bomb on you because of that, without asking you any questions or actually checking if, maybe that wasn't actually fentanyl. That makes sense. Like,
I get what you mean. Like you don't trust Trump, so you don't trust that.
No, it has nothing to do with
not even that
trusting
case.
Trump.
You don't trust that there are drugs on this boat.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. I said, if someone's saying or suspects you have that in your car, is it okay for them to just drop a bomb on you? That's where I'm going.
You're implying
that
they didn't verify first that there were drugs.
No, if you have, like, I'm saying either way. I'm saying there may or may not be, and even if there are, is that if it's in your car, can they drop a bomb on you? Is that the right thing to do?
What I've gone with this whole time, them having fentanyl alone. If it's just fentanyl and if
it's in your car. I'm saying
a grain of salt.
I don't know who those people are. I don't know who those people are. So like I'm saying, more concrete, more like tangible. Like if it's in your car, is it okay for them to bomb you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's what it is then.
That's what I'm getting at.
That wrecked my shit, bro. That wrecked my life. Yeah.
Now,
has no other fentanyl has no other purpose than to kill.
If it was actually in your car, would you have intentionally have that in your car?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. But what if it was in your car? Like maybe it was somebody else's or something, right? Like maybe somebody just
dead, homie.
but they just blew you up because that was fine. They didn't have any chance to even,
oh my god,
investigate or ask questions or put you on trial of your peers.
Or how about this stuff, sir? How about they capture you and be like, hey man, why do you have these drugs? Are you bringing it in? Are you going to a supplier? Are you coming from a supplier? Are you going to exchange for money? Like, right? Just for even investigative purposes, for the idea of what? Stopping fentanyl spreading through America. Wouldn't you capture that guy and look for the bigger fish? Right? All right, we stopped the supply. We could ask this guy questions to find out more. Even for wouldn't you do it for those reasons too? Or is it like, fuck it, blow him up? Fuck it.
Maybe they decided it wasn't worth the risk of soldiers to get close enough to be fought.
They are risking the soldiers.
Shot back at American soldiers.
No, they are risking the soldiers. They're close to like. There's videos of Venezuelan. There's videos of Venezuelan planes flying over the area, meaning they are in danger. They could get hit with fucking missiles. If you kill 200 motherfuckers in the middle of the ocean, no proof that they're actually drug dealers. By the way, Trump said like, well, if they're fishermen, maybe
proof.
stay away. Maybe
How do
stay
you
away
know?
from the water. It's like just how do you know? Maybe there is proof. How do you know?
They didn't present it.
I'm looking at you. I'm like, the fuck do you know? How do you know it's there? The fuck?
I don't. I'm talking about the
Then
claim.
why are you jumping to conclusions?
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You just said, well,
You're saying that it's okay, and you're okay with killing them.
What I'm saying is,
you just
all
said
we have
if you
is
weren't
what
a fucking drug dealer, but there was fentanyl in your car somehow, that it's okay to blow your car. You just said that, by the way.
Yeah, because a grain of fentanyl, the size of a grain of salt, can kill 12 people.
Were they on their way to America? He doesn't know that either. I don't know that
They
either.
were heading north.
Evidence
They
points.
were heading north.
Evidence points to they didn't shoot until the boat turned around, heading back towards Venezuela.
Okay. You're still carrying fentanyl according to the storyline.
You're carrying fentanyl. I mean, not near America, but just in general. You just have it around you somehow. Blow it up.
Well, it's like the whole Hamas thing when they're like under the building, so they're in these tunnels. So let's just blow up the whole thing. Let's blow up the building above
Okay.
it.
So
It's
Jordan,
it's just kill them
100
because
Jordan,
there's Hamas there.
apply this to
fentanyl.
apply this to the trolley experiment, and the question is: kill 11, or let 100,000 a year die?
Don't you fucking.
You don't know.
Don't you fucking.
That is the trolley question.
No, it's not.
Kill
You don't
11.
have that.
He's
There's no
trolling now. He's
Or-
trolling now. He's trolling.
How is that
consequence.
trolling?
It's
That's
not-
breaking it down.
I just told you. First of all, you don't know they're drug dealers. You personally don't know that. I also told you the boat was.
You don't know they're
was
not.
shot on the way back.
Personally, don't know that.
No, the boat was heading out. Hold on. The boat was heading out
Maybe
into
they
the
were getting
ocean
more drugs.
to head back to Venezuela. So you're saying you have
Yeah,
the
they
right to
forgot-
stop them?
They forgot half the load.
How would you? But I could say that about you, right?
That is
trolling. You forgot.
I would know that.
He's a it's first of all, major pause. Second of all,
You wouldn't know it either.
Dubster, we know you
wouldn't know it either.
Dubster, we know you wouldn't miss a load for your life. But also, yeah, he's trolling, Jesse. He's 100% trolling. Meaning, well, Dubster looks like a guy that might go pick up fentanyl. Let's blow his fucking truck up. It's what you're saying. All your little legal arguments about law and all this shit, you just threw it in the fucking, actually in the middle of international water.
I'm
in the middle of
operating.
the ocean to get blown
I'm
up.
I'm operating under what's called good faith. I am taking the report from Trump's mouth at good faith. I'm willing to listen to evidence from him to support his argument. I'm also willing to listen to evidence to discredit his argument.
The dead guys. Oh, we don't even know
As
their
far
names.
as I know,
We don't even know their names. They're
as
gone.
far as I know, I don't know of anything that discredits what Trump is claiming.
Let me wreck his shit. So, the Epstein thing is a hoax, right? A Democratic hoax. There was no trafficking. It was just Epstein by himself with these random girls. Like he used the guy just messing with girls. And but by the way,
Well, I'm
hold on.
I'm breaking away
Maxwell
from anything else he's doing. I'm
Maxwell
operating on
was not
justice.
involved. And Maxwell was not involved too. Right? So you agree with that?
What?
Maxwell was
Say
not
it
involved.
again?
Maxwell was not involved in any type of weird Epstein sexual shit. It was Epstein by himself.
What?
He didn't traffic anyone to anyone. It's just him abusing young girls by himself. The rest is all a Democratic hoax.
We have evidence of the contrary.
I swear to God, I said evidence. I'm pretty sure I did. I think I showed this guy fucking boat patterns, by the way. He's still not fucking moving. But
I never saw boat patterns.
I
But
fucking
what I'm
told
saying
you
is-
about it. I said, like, yo, most of these guys are not from Venezuela, first off. Second of all, their trajectory looked like it's heading towards this way. The amount of gas and the size of the boat looks like it would be used for this, and it's going this direction. You were like, no.
You
Which
can
means
carry gas with
you have no Epstein evidence. You're welcome. You
I'm
just
not-
shit on
look.
your own Epstein idea. Let's keep it moving.
What
now.
I'm doing here.
It's not an intervention
what
for
I'm doing
Dubster.
here-
I'm sorry, but I'll let you finish. Go ahead, please.
I am
You have
separating
too many of them. Too many interventions.
that topic from the rest of Trump.
Okay.
Doing all the bullshit Trump's done. And I'm saying, as far as I'm looking at this specific topic, I personally only have what came out of his mouth, and I'm not aware enough of evidence to say that's not accurate.
Okay, so
I haven't seen evidence supporting his side. Yeah, absolutely. I've not seen evidence supporting his claims out of his mouth.
okay. I mean, like, it's like your logic you're going for is the opposite of the court system, by the way. Like, well, like he blows up a boat, right? You're like, well, they could have been drug dealers. He said so. And instead of holding off and be like,
okay,
I don't know if we blow this boat up or not. You're saying, what are you saying again? You're saying,
okay,
that I'm
so
going to take him at good
Trump's the
faith,
plaintiff.
and so thus he blew him up. But you don't actually know if he actually blew up the right people or for the right reason.
So,
but you don't know.
Trump's
that.
the plaintiff.
But you support the blowing up of.
Trump's the plaintiff, and his job for a court case on this is to make his claim, plus present the evidence that supports his claim. The defense side is supposed to say, okay, here's
You're dead.
where we...
There's no defense. You're dead.
You're dead. Oh, man.
Please
The
go
defense
drop
side
a murder case, stop, sir. If Donald Trump killed your killed someone you
side is
loved
supposed to
in front of your
say-
face, good luck with legal recourse against that. Duh, right?
Defense side is supposed to say, here's where we agree to what happened, and here's where we disagree, and once you have that disagree, the defense starts presenting this.
Hey, job, sir, what happened during
to the
9/11?
point.
9/11, what happened? Was there legal recourse? What happened during 9/11, according to what you believe in?
Legal recourse.
Yes. Have they investigated
Against-
into the stories that you claim to be a part of 9/11? Have they done that? Like, really?
Legal recourse to the idea that the government did it.
Now, I'm saying your ideas, but if your ideas, government did it, then please show me the legal recourse that was taken to, go through that idea. Oh, there hasn't been? Oh, fuck. So what if someone thinks that
there
Trump
has been.
killed... Excuse me? Where? Okay.
9/11 truther.
Okay, I'm done with
9/11
this
truthers
intervention.
filed suit.
Got it. I'm sure it worked out for him. All right, we're done with Dubster's intervention. Let's go back to the documentary. Here we go. Or I'm done with it. You guys can keep talking if you want
The key
to.
positions
I'm gonna
of
watch
political, financial, and corporate power in our society are dominated by literal psychopaths certainly helps to explain why our society is as profoundly sick as we non-psychopaths know it to be. For those who still believe that our sick society can be cured by recourse to the political process, this seems like the worst news imaginable. But actually, it's even worse than that. These political psychopaths don't just ruin societies, they reshape society in their own image.
Corbett keeps stealing my shit, bro. I swear to God. I'm trolling. See how easy
In
that is,
psychology,
Dubster? I just said I'm
projection
trolling. See?
refers to the act of displacing one's own feelings onto another person. As Psychology Today explains, the term is most commonly used to describe defensive projection, attributing one's own unacceptable urges to another. For example, if someone continuously bullies and ridicules a peer about his insecurities, the bully might be projecting his own struggle with self-esteem onto the other person. This concept of projection equips us to better understand why political psychopaths pathologize conspiracy theorists and political dissenters. They are projecting their own mental disorders onto their ideological opponents. But there's another sense in which psychopaths are projecting their pathology onto the world stage. You see, psychopaths don't merely take advantage of their lack of conscience to obtain political or economic power. They use that power to shape the organization they're leading into a projection of their own psychopathic tendencies.
A psychopath's relations with others are superficial, surface, very, very little depth, mostly style over substance. And the idea is to impress other individuals, to somehow put them in a position where you can manipulate them and so forth. And a corporation, I imagine, would be not unlike that in many respects. They would have public relations firms. They would be spending half their time and a lot of their budget on trying to present a particular image to other people. And this image is a very superficial, and you never really get to know the real corporation. You're going to see what they want you to see.
In one memorable scene from the 2003 documentary, The Corporation, Robert Hare points out that a corporation under the management of a psychopath could itself be diagnosed as psychopathic. Thus, the egocentric and narcissistic tendencies of the psychopath boss are reflected in the development of the corporation's public relations. The psychopath's capacity for guilt-free deception and manipulation of others is reflected in the company's advertising and marketing material. The psychopath's willingness to commit crimes without shame in pursuit of his objectives finds its analog in the corporation's willingness to flagrantly break the law. And the psychopath's utter lack of remorse for his crimes is mirrored by the corporation's cynical calculation that fines and punishments for its illegal acts are merely the cost of doing business. But the psychopath does not stop at turning an organization into a projection of his own perverted personality. Be it a business, a bank, or, in the case of a political psychopath, an entire nation, the organization under his control eventually starts to change the character and behavior of the employees or citizens under its thumb. The idea that psychopathic systems can make non-psychopaths act like psychopaths might, at first glance, go against our moral intuitions. Surely, we reason, people are either good people or bad people. They are either psychopathic or sane. They are either the type of person who commits a terrible crime, or they aren't.
He's making
As
it
it turns
direct.
out, however, our reasoning has been proven wrong.
Hit pause. Didn't he earlier say he didn't like the PLCR's test style, as in it's a point system?
And he probably threw some questioning of it. But he's also saying, like, this is...
So then the next thing he did was he was like, but they don't test politicians before they gain their seat in office. So the test you don't like, you want them to use it to determine who is and isn't a psychopath. And now his constant thing of this video is, well, these are psychopaths. These are psychopaths. And it seems to be he's operating off of his awareness of what's on the PCLR test.
I think he's being a little bit more critical than you get. Like, I heard some things like where he's sounds almost hypocritical, I'd say.
That's what I'm kind of thinking with what I'm saying.
Well, with what we just saw right here, where he's saying because of the normalized sense of, I guess, maybe good or bad, or healthy or not healthy, or psychopath or not psychopath, that regular people are actually wouldn't be able to recognize if someone was, unempathetic or something like that, because we just narrowed down the definition to these kind of bland black and white terms. I think that's what he's doing with that, right? Or no?
Yeah.
I thought he was saying, like, that's not the way to go. To just go good or bad. Psychopath, not a psychopath. And
well, also,
the standards are built on something
about...
they calls faulty. I got.
we've had these arguments a long time ago about like, is manipulation 100% bad? Is deception 100% bad? Like, could you be doing it for a good?
For me, no. But I understand that there are people that do that, right? Kyle.
Let's keep it as honest. Let's keep it as honest as possible. I'm tricking you all day because I know tonight it's your birthday, and I'm trying to trick you into going to your secret birthday party that you don't know about. And it's a trick. All day I'm deceiving you. I did it
Also,
for
happy
good.
birthday, Ant-Man. Belated. But yeah.
Wait, is it somebody's birthday today?
Don't worry about it. We're recording.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Not today. But either way. I understand. But you mean like a John Connor situation? The future, well, this will happen, so thus I'll trick you to go left instead of right. Right?
Yeah.
But that makes you, like, that's kind of God's morality, right? The being that can see all of everything and every result for every result. So thus they know exactly what the right thing to do is based on their own idea of what right is. But we can't necessarily, well, we can try to do things like that, I guess. I understand.
God does acts through us, bro.
But do we need tricks to do it? I don't know. I don't feel as though I need tricks.
God does things through people.
Well, I'm saying we don't need to be.
That's the argument there.
I'm saying let's be scientific about it. Like I said before, hey, can we stop, baby getting blown up by bomb? Is that preventable on planet Earth right now? I think so. So let's start there. Then we get if we get to somewhere where it's like, okay, now it's a little bit more murky of an area to navigate, then maybe we'll look at those ideas. But we're not even there yet as a society. So I know my idea of things and my principles. I will not do that deception shit to, save someone's life or something. Like, no, I don't need to. I don't feel the need to. I don't think that's the correct thing to do. I will be upfront about everything. Okay.
In fact, I've done it.
I don't know what scenario. I don't know what scenario requires that, but for me personally, I can just be open and blatant about things. Hey, man, if you go that way, you're gonna get fucking shot. I'll just say it blatantly. If you go that way, you're gonna get shot.
I don't think. Oh, I don't know what you mean. It's not inevitable that you'll get shot for deceiving for good.
No, deceiving for good. No. I'm saying I won't. There's no need to deceive. I'll just say it blatantly. Like, you go that way, bad things are gonna happen.
I'm saying that Oh, you're referring to the
like the John Connor
versus John.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're saying just straight up tell them if you go that way, you'll get shot.
Yeah. But hey, man, if you don't believe me, I'll make arguments
in the movie.
Yeah,
when
they
kind of did both. Straight up. If you go this way, you're gonna die. You gotta abandon this path.
Yeah, it's fucked up movie time rules. I get it.
Yeah, it didn't tell him you would end up in the bunker to save his life.
Yeah.
Because he knew if he went this way, he would die, but he would be at least attempting to save a lot of people on Earth's life. But if he did what his mission was to go into the bunker and just survive himself, and whoever's left, there's still a chance for the future.
Yeah. Either way, let's not go down movie time rules, but yeah, any faculty I think is useful, and I mean any of them, and including deception. I will use deception to make fun of someone 100%. because it's fucking funny, and I hope they laugh too. So there's my area where I use deception, or like sports or a magic trick or gaming, right? Like I'll make you think I'm going this way, but I'm really going the other way, and I'm gonna cross you over with a fucking basketball, right? Or I'm gonna stutter step cross to trick you in football or something, right? So, yeah, those levels of deception to me are fine. But outright, I know you're gonna get fucked up going this way. I will scream it to the top of my lungs until you fucking hear me out. If you don't hear me out, I can't force you to do anything. But I could be pretty convincing when I talk, I think.
At a higher level, I think they're thinking the same way. Of I'm going to deceive for what I consider good. It's just not everybody agrees with what you think's good.
Fair enough. But I appeal to other people's idea of good. Like, hey man, do you want to die? No, then don't go fucking that way. If you don't want to die. It's kind of like, it's not up to, like, I care about you, but like, you live your life, and by your own standards, if this is bad for you, hey man, don't go that way. If you consider this thing bad, and if I'm like fully aware of where that leads to. But whatever, either way, let's keep going. Here we go.
Psychopathic or sane. They are either the type of person who commits a terrible crime, or they aren't. As it turns out, however, our reasoning has been proven wrong by research into secondary psychopathy. This category of psychopathy, sometimes referred to as sociopathy, is meant to differentiate primary psychopaths, those born with the lack of conscience and its associated neurocognitive impairments discussed by Hare, Stout, and others,
Not sure about
from
that,
secondary psychopaths, who develop psychopathic traits as a result of the environment they are functioning in. Many experiments have been conducted over decades researching the phenomenon of secondary psychopathy and how good people can be placed in situations wherein they will do bad things. From the seemingly mundane Ash conformity experiment, which showed that people are often willing to state and even believe demonstrable lies in order to avoid breaking a group consensus, to the truly shocking Milgram experiment, which famously demonstrated that ordinary people could be induced to deliver what they believe to be potentially fatal shocks to strangers on the say-so of an authority figure.
Oh, yeah, the doctor.
Perhaps the most revealing experiment for the purposes of understanding secondary psychopathy is the Stanford prison experiment.
There it is.
Led by Stanford psychology professor Philip Zimbardo, this 1971 experiment involved recruiting participants from the local community with an offer of $15 per day to participate in a psychological study of prison life. The recruits were then screened to eliminate anyone with psychological abnormalities, and the remaining candidates were randomly assigned as either guards or prisoners and told to prepare for 2 weeks of life in the basement of Stanford Psychology Building, which had been converted into a makeshift prison. The results of that experiment are, by now, infamous. Immersing the participants in the roleplay with realistic surprise arrests of the prisoners by real Palo Alto police officers, the exercise quickly descended into a study in cruelty. The prison guards quickly devised more and more sadistic ways to assert their authority over the prisoners, and 2 of the students had to be released from the prison in the first days of the ordeal due to the mental distress it had placed on them. The experiment was called off after just 6 days, with the researchers finding that both the prisoners and guards had exhibited pathological reactions to the mock prison situation.
Now, when I see this, and I've heard this idea, like, but I don't think they account for as many, they don't account for enough factors. They're looking at external observational behaviors, but not actually like, what are you going through while you're doing them? What are you actually going through? For all you know, they might be like,
this full study?
This is what you're supposed to do, right, guys? Right? Or, oh, it's all prank. Let me just do this fucking prank anyways. Fuck it. They may even view that as hazing in their own minds, for all we know. But I don't get... But if you're come from a more analytical, robotic mindset, let's be honest, you're going to see robots everywhere and not saying these guys are that. It's just, I would actually really need to see the study. Like, really see it. I'm too lazy, but here we go.
How did this happen? How did otherwise average, healthy young men descend into such barbarity in less than 1 week? In his book, The Lucifer Effect, How Good People Turn Evil, which documents that study as well as subsequent decades of research he did into the psychology of evil, Zimbardo reflects on how a system can reflect the pathologies of those who created it, and how it can, in turn, influence individuals to commit evil acts. Unless we become sensitive to the real power of the system, which is invariably hidden behind a veil of secrecy, and fully understands its own set of rules and regulations, behavioral change will be transient and situational change illusory. The true import of this lesson was felt 3 decades later, when the US began its detention of prisoners at the Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq. The physical, psychological, and sexual abuse of prisoners at Abu Ghraib was brought to the attention of the world in April 2004, when graphic images of the abuse were first published in American media. Once again, the public began to question how the otherwise average young American men and women who had been assigned to the prison as military police guards could have committed such incredibly sadistic acts. That question was answered in part by the Senate Armed Services Committee report on the Abu Ghraib abuses. The report details then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld's approval of a request to use aggressive interrogation techniques on detainees, including stress positions, exploitation of detainee fears, such as fear of dogs, and waterboarding. It recounts how Rumsfeld added a handwritten note to the request's recommendation to limit the use of stress positions on prisoners. I stand for 8 to 10 hours a day. Why is standing limited to 4 hours? And it condemns Rumsfeld for creating the conditions by which his approval could be interpreted as a carte blanche to initiate torture of detainees.
Now, I'm going to say this. As far as like the guards of the place and all that stuff, I don't think it's a sense of turning them into something. I think it's more so of a sense of they never made themselves in the first place. It's like walking into a place, but you didn't build who you are in the first place. You built those fucking mountains of this is who I am shit. It's be easy. It's a fucking breeze. But if you're just some dummy floating in the world, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Like maybe in words you'll be like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. But deep down in your psyche, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just going to follow what Bob's doing over there because I don't even fucking know. Something as simple as that. A little fucking, little flinch in the mind, if you will, can definitely grow to something horrific. 100%. But if you have self-made people walking into any arena, yeah, good luck with that one. But then again, who's testing for shit like that? I know they'll see behaviors and they'll jot it down, look what they're doing, but no questions about existential development because most likely the questioner hasn't done it themselves either. They walked into a scenario and adapted to the environment around them. That's probably more likely the case. But, some are blessed.
Right.
God.
Because you're getting trained by somebody that got trained by somebody that got trained by somebody, and here's what we do here. We do that. Why are we doing that? What was just what we do here?
There's a lot of times that the awkward kids become artists, right? Because they find more solace in the abstract. Because the typical on the surface shit not suit them too well. Because they're getting they're weird or awkward. They get picked on or they get, isolated or whatever the fuck, right? And they end up going a different direction. I guess they end up being theater kids. I guess would be the idea.
Well,
but they can end up getting washed in there too. But like, it's still, there's a good chance that if you look at like, especially the more intricate artists of the world, you'll see there's an idea of, a lot of times at least, of more of a self-development than, other people. Seemingly. But God.
Well, then you got to consider the other aspect of something. There's a guy that invented the vehicle or whatever. And then somebody
Ford?
later said, no, he actually isn't the inventor.
Whatever.
He's the inventor of... Okay. So someone else comes along and he improves something on something. He says, we don't need this as a waste of metal. Why are we doing that? Why are we putting that on there? Let's put this on here instead. It'll save us time. It'll save us money. It becomes more efficient.
Okay.
Better thing. But he's not the man that made the thing. He improved on it. Well, there can also be the guy that deteriorates the thing too.
Yeah. Okay. But I don't understand where you're going with that. What do you mean by that?
Apply it. Okay. Whoever the first guy that made the vehicle may not have been the best driver, though. Somebody else learned how to maneuver this thing better than the actual inventor of this thing.
Are you
know how to
saying
take this
consistent progression?
turn. Yeah. Well, I'm saying like
they're conditioned by that?
There's not progression because there's also the opposite happening down the road. Somebody that can't drive better than the original guy. It's just multiple things are happening. Like with this prison thing, how did we find out about it? Somebody decided to come clean and tell the world. The only reason why Rumsfeld went public is because somebody blew the whistle first. Somebody did something morally correct.
Well, they could have felt like shit about it after they were done doing it. They could have felt like shit while they were doing it, but that would also be like while you're doing it, or watching
or
others
they
do
could
it.
have just witnessed it and said, "Fuck this! I'm telling somebody." They could have not been involved and been like, "Fuck this! This is wrong. I'm telling somebody."
I hope that's the case, but I would have said that about. You know, I have my own ideas of the world. Like, how do we know they're guilty? How do we know they're guilty in the first place? But that's once again, that's
people arrest in the cage.
Well, they're in a jail. That's why they're
Right.
guilty. It's like, but do you know that?
Yeah, you and I, we'd never know that about a jail unless we know the person. We followed them through it all. We watched them actually kill the person or whatever crime they did, and sat in the court case.
Well, that's rough to do, but to walk in, you can try to go through their court cases with them. But hey, man, maybe you think you're saying you're innocent. Let's go through your court case. Let's like really go over this. But that's someone that would extra care. It's far and few between, isn't it? But let's keep going.
And they classified all that stuff for this prison. It was all classified stuff. These were POWs equivocally getting tortured for information.
I believe the majority of them were deemed innocent and let go, even by the people that called them guilty in the first place. Right. As far as Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay, right? The people that deemed them guilty in the first place let a lot of them go. But then again, it becomes weird. Hold on. It becomes weird because guys like Jolani, the now president of Syria, was also let go, right, at some point. Or Baghdadi, right, was also let go. So it's like, it's meaning these guys have no idea what the fuck they were doing the whole time, basically. That's what that evidence is of. But at the same time, is anyone holding like real hearings where like, yo, you fucked up so badly, you can't be near public office again. That's how badly you fucked up. Is that happening, or did Gina Haspel enter the Trump administration in 2016? Sorry, 2015, right, when he's building his cabinet. Of course she did.
Yes, she was there.
So it's like, yo. Sounds like you can't trust them to jail people because they won't jail themselves if they fuck up, right? So how the fuck are they trustworthy to jail anyone? Right? The good guy says, I fucked up. You know, I'll take the blame for this, right? These guys don't apparently do that. At least don't do it too often. And trust me, there are people that have turned themselves in for doing something bad. Not everyone. Maybe not even majority. But a lot do turn them, like not a lot, but some people do turn themselves in. Outside of in politics, outside of politics, there's people that do that in one form or fashion, or one form or another, right? Maybe they don't go to jail, but they confess, like, yo, I'm making a documentary because I fucked up when I was in this business or in this position of power or whatever the fuck. Down to your average person. It's like, yo, I fucked up. I'm turning myself in. I committed a murder. Lock me up. Granted, those stories don't get heard as often, do they? Interesting, huh? Anyways, let's keep playing. Here we go. There's more of the Corbett documentary.
Could be interpreted as a carte blanche to initiate torture of detainees. Secretary Rumsfeld authorized the techniques without apparently providing any written guidance as to how they should be administered. It should come as no surprise, then, that, as even a cursory review of Donald Rumsfeld's career will demonstrate, he exhibited several of the personality traits on the PCLR checklist, including pathological lying and deception, callous behavior, and failure to accept responsibility for his own actions.
Mirrors on mirrors.
It appears that there were not weapons of mass destruction there.
You said you knew where they were.
I did not. I said I knew where suspect sites were, and we were just...
You said you knew where they were, near Tikrit, near Baghdad, and northeast, south, and west of there. Those are your words.
We know they have weapons of mass destruction. We know they have active programs. There isn't any debate about it.
The connection between the Stanford prison experiment and what happened at Abu Ghraib didn't escape the attention of investigators. The so-called Schlesinger report on detainee abuses included an entire appendix recounting the Stanford experiment and what it taught about how secondary psychopathy can be induced in those working in a system or institution. Nor did the connection between Stanford and Abu Ghraib escape the attention of the public. After revelation of the Abu Ghraib abuses in 2004, the Stanford prison experiment website's traffic exploded to 250,000 page views per day. What most of the public do not know, however, is that the funding for the Stanford prison experiment came from the Office of Naval Research, which provided a grant to study antisocial behavior. It seems that the military psychopaths certainly did learn the lessons of that experiment, and then promptly weaponized them. Whatever the case, although nothing in any of this research exonerates any individual from the evil deeds that they have committed, these findings do shine a light on the problem of secondary psychopathy. How much of the madness in our society is a projection of the psychopaths who are running it?
Terraforming. Pathocracy. Oh, shit. Go.
Statist propaganda in the West tries to convince us that we live in a democracy, exemplifying Abraham Lincoln's famous ideal of government of the people, by the people, for the people. But this is gaslighting. In truth, we live in a pathocracy, which, borrowing from Lincoln, might be described as government of the psychopaths, by the psychopaths, for the psychopaths.
Although pathocracy is still a foreign concept to many, it is by now a well-established and thoroughly documented phenomenon. The term was coined by Andrew Lobachevsky, a Polish psychologist whose life's work was shaped by his experience growing up first under the thumb of the brutal Nazi occupation and then under the equally brutal Soviet regime, in his book, Political Ponerology. Lobachevsky defines pathocracy as a system of government wherein a small pathological minority takes control over a society of normal people. Then, in a chapter of Political Ponerology devoted to the subject, he describes how pathocracies develop, how they consolidate power, and how they trick, cajole, intimidate, and otherwise induce non-psychopaths into participating in their madness.
Usually little
How can
dweebs.
soldiers' natural aversion to pulling the trigger on complete strangers be overcome? How can doctors who have sworn an oath to do no harm participate in the scamdemic madness of recent years? How can regular, salt-of-the-earth, working-class policemen be...
I want people to know that was the U.S. Not this, is Nazis.
How can soldiers naturally...
This right here is the U.S. That's U.S. footage from a U.S. chopper, I think, and they're machine gunning journalists. Here you go.
aversion to pulling the trigger on complete strangers be overcome?
Don't turn your
How can
eyes
doctors who have sworn an oath to do no harm
US?
participate in the scamdemic madness of recent
Yes.
years?
That was the U.S.
How can regular, salt-of-the-earth, working-class policemen be induced to brutally beat peaceful protesters? These are the questions that keep both the pathocrats in power and those looking to escape the pathocracy up at night, albeit for very different reasons. Thankfully, we do not need to ponder these questions in a vacuum. In fact, the conditions for creating an environment in which the average person can be induced to participate in evil acts has been studied, catalogued, and discussed by psychologists for the better part of a century. Unsurprisingly, though, this research, ostensibly intended to better understand how people can guard against such manipulation, has instead been weaponized by the pathocrats and used to fine-tune the creation of systems for generating more obedient order followers. In fact, this was part of the point of the well-known but almost completely misunderstood Milgram experiments. At this point in our exploration, we are finally beginning to grasp the full extent of the problem posed by psychopaths in positions of political, corporate, and financial power. The problem isn't just that psychology has been weaponized against those of us who would engage in political dissent. And the problem isn't simply that this system for suppressing and pathologizing dissent has been created by literal psychopaths and their sociopathic lackeys. The problem is that the state itself is psychopathic and is actively warping the morals of otherwise mentally sound individuals, causing them to adopt psychopathic traits in return for material reward and positions of authority. This is the problem of pathocracy. Once we realize the gravity of this situation, the obvious question presents itself. How do we throw off the yoke of the political psychopaths and topple their pathocracy? As usual, the quality of our answer to this question is directly dependent on the depth of our understanding of the underlying problem. For example, we might be tempted to ask if we can find a way to eliminate psychopaths from all positions of power. But this is a misunderstanding of the problem itself. If there are, in fact, many psychopaths who are all vying with each other for political control, then we have to understand that eliminating the current political psychopaths would merely open the door for others to step into those vacant positions. Worse, given the psychopathic nature of the power structure as it exists, the system itself actually ensures that psychopaths and sociopaths who, by definition, show no remorse or moral qualms about hurting others will end up winning the vicious battle to fill the top spots in the political hierarchy. Only when we step back and interrogate the political system as a whole can we appreciate that the very existence of those seats of power from which a handful of individuals can rule over the masses is itself a construct of the pathocracy. Unless and until those seats of power are eliminated altogether, we will never rid ourselves of the struggle for dominance that rewards the psychopaths with control over others. The elimination of these seats of power, however, will not happen until we overturn the underlying assumption that centralization of power is necessary in the first place.
Yeah, you're not diagnosing why or how people become psychopathic, Corbett. You're skipping that because you know you can't do this without that, right? It's not a doable question. It's not a doable answer for like, well, how do you fix this thing without truly diagnosing why people do it in the first place? Is it physical? Is it environmental? Is it a mixture of both? What is it? After that,
also,
hold on. After that, you have to go individual by individual to find out if they're, I guess, seized with the pathological, phenomenon of the said disease. All right, that's how you do that. But he's not even addressing that because he's looking for the same shit that everyone else like usually does, right? Which is like, how do we have insurances? How do we have in case shit happens shit? How do we try to I guess secure ourselves to make sure that this can't even, or we can mitigate it the best possible way we can. That is what I'm saying. That is what I think Corbett's saying. It's, to me, not an answer. It's a Band-Aid or a bandage for the problem. It's not the actual solution to the problem. We know the actual solution. Care about one another, right? But how do you do that? You can't make others do it either, right? That'd be like against what Corbett believes in morally. So how do you do that? That will never be addressed. Instead, it's let's, rearrange chairs on the fucking Titanic. Let's have small communities with no government, right? Meanwhile, inside of a household, some families being fucking tortured by their quote unquote psychopathic fucking, head of the household. Is that okay? Well, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. Oh, so we're killing 1 to save 10. Got it. Good job. I want to stop the fucking train, personally. But go ahead, Dubster.
I was just going to say about decentralized power. So then a territory that's of a smaller area can still have a warlord. You're still going to have the same problem. Maybe it's a lesser number that are harmed, but it is still the same idea of
kill 1 to save 10.
Okay, yeah, decentralizing power doesn't end the idea of power.
We just went over it before, right, Dubster? Of someone, a girl, I guess a little kid or a girl or something, being kidnapped, right? And they use the same technology that we hate. I mean, I don't hate it, but what it's used for, we hate, right? They use the same technology to save that little girl, right? But at the same time, if you dismantle all that, that little girl's dead, isn't she? Or whatever, was the situation she was in, right?
I don't like the fact that the government. I don't like the fact that the government triangulated a location for a cell phone, violating constitutional rights for the good to save a girl, to justify it later for a whole bunch of things. But if I could use that same triangulation thing to find my lost keys using my phone, and there's a little tracker on my key, and I could access my phone and find my key, I would still like the technology. I wouldn't want anybody else to find my key.
Unless you lost your phone.
If I lost my phone,
come
then
on.
I'm fucked.
No, come on, dude. Be honest. Okay, this is so beautiful. What is the actual problem, Dubster, based on all the shit you're saying right now? What is the actual problem?
It's not the technology, it's the abuse.
Exactly. Someone abusing some shit, right? Like, you're okay if you're Batman, this is actually from the movie, using technology to scan for where Joker is because he's going to blow someone up one day, or he's going to blow someone up, right?
No.
Oh, okay. I mean,
I get that other people are okay with that, and that's what I'm saying.
You're saying it's the character of Batman, the character of him. It's not George W. Bush.
I don't even agree that they should have used that technology in that way to find that kidnapped girl. But I'm saying I don't have a problem with the actual technology of it.
But okay. But if the world was fully healthy, you'd be okay with it then. Is that it's like you agree with me on that, right? If the world was psychologically healthy.
If in Magic Land where everything was perfect.
Okay, but you have to start there. You realize that, right? You have to start there. Right? If things were like this, meaning you have to actually go through the scenario, define what it is, go through it psychologically, and explain, okay, if the world was like this, this would be fine. Right? Well, granted, you might not have someone being kidnapped. But whatever. You'd have to explain that too.
Right.
Have you actually gone through that? Have you?
Well, how could I?
You can. It's your mind. You can create a world within your own fucking mind. And, okay.
A perfect world?
People would behave like that. Yes, you can.
I couldn't imagine a perfect world.
But you also haven't tried to. According to your own words.
I'm trying to right now. It's not happening.
Are you telling me you can imagine, Dubster, right now, I want you to imagine a half house, half cow flying monster. Could you do that?
Half house, half cow, flying monster. Okay.
It's like you just created, you have it right there. But you're telling me you can't imagine people not being shitty to each other?
No, the word is perfect. Like,
no, just not being shitty. Guess what? When parents can be awesome couples together, but guess what? They can argue too. But that's a part of it. But at the same time, they're not fucking going on a mass killing spree, killing each other. You could avoid that one, can't you? In fact, isn't the arguing part of the perfect?
Hold on. No.
It is.
Kind of, no.
Yes, it is.
The part of the See, I see what we're actually going through in real life kind of as perfect. As in the dysfunction is part of perfect.
So part of the perfect. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. It's a little bit like, I guess, Taoism style thing. I didn't know you were so zen about stuff, Dubster, but fair enough.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Taoism mean.
Well, whatever. The idea of like things are the way that things are because that's the way things are supposed to be, kind of. Like that idea?
Like, no, isn't like if we had this imaginary perfect of like Leave It to Beaver kind of world.
It wouldn't be Leave It to Beaver, but go ahead. Yeah.
Well,
I get what
like that.
I get what you're saying.
That would be, to me, that would be frustrating, anxiety filled, in the sense of, oh my god, I want to break away and I want to do something that's cool, and none of this is cool.
But you can.
But you can't. It's Leave It to Beaver world.
Why would heavy metal go away? Why would sports go away? Why would shit talking go away?
Why?
As far as like an idea of like an idea of perfection.
Shit talking's kind of about not being good to other people.
No, it's a language style. It's a language style.
No, I mean, like, I mean shit when I'm talking shit.
Okay, but it's a language style nonetheless. As in, if you grew up in Leave It to Beaver, your version of talking shit would be like, "Oh, you know what, Tommy? You're a mean old kid, and I don't like what you said." Like, okay, it's Leave It to Beaver, but it's still a version of talking. It's shit talking, just like sarcasm.
No,
would sarcasm go away in a perfect world, Dubster? I don't think so.
Tommy told on me, I'm gonna hold a grudge for 10 years. Cool.
Why not? Why not?
I'm gonna beat him up for 10 years.
Okay, see how now you're at like a weird spot there. You see that? Can we stop ourselves from just beating the fuck out of someone? I think so. Unless you're a pussy, But you can stop that if you want to. Like, it is what it is, dude. I don't know. Okay, so I am correct. You can imagine the idea of a world I would like as far as this place is concerned. Maybe not my own, like the world I own. That's different. But the world we see here,
right?
There's plenty of preventable things that are going on around the planet. 100%.
Well, then, okay. So most of the time when I see this like utopia idea, it's demonstrated through movies. And there's always something wrong with it, as in, like, there's some controlling system behind it. So that's where
like what movies
fucks me up.
You're gonna wreck my head, bro.
Well, Angel.
Angel?
Didn't they have like a perfect neighborhood that the guy was trapped in, but it was actually hell?
No. Oh yeah. Okay. So that was actually hell, which they were making a joke about the suburbs. Where it's like bland and the same thing every day, but he's getting his heart cut out every nighttime, right? Right. Thus, it's not actually
the idea of the perfect world, and the everything but that.
But they're saying it's not a good place because he's not actually getting to be himself.
Okay, but you take away the punishment side of it, and you just have this perfect world. I would be bored out of my fucking mind.
That's what they're saying. That's why it's hell. They're saying that because he doesn't get to be himself.
Exactly.
Like he's a robot. He's a mindless, like kind of programmed robot.
And everything that's ever demonstrated a utopia, there's always something wrong to it in movies. So that's where I operate from, is that kind of reflection. I don't have an actual utopia I've ever drawn in my own imagination. That's my version of actual utopia.
Dude, think of. Okay, go.
I mean, I can dream of like love, the feeling of love, and it can be perfect, but I can't do just like a utopia world.
Yes, you can, because you're going with someone else's definition of utopia. Go with your own. What would heaven? It's basically it's the same word as like heaven. What would heaven be like? Are you telling me there's no punk rock or no heavy metal or no AC/DC or no fucking hip hop? Of course there would be, because we like that shit. It's dope. So thus, heaven would have everything we consider dope, right? Which would be what? You fucking topia. Right?
But I can't actually imagine what it would be like to be in heaven.
Yeah, you can.
I could
literally do it every day. You have so many preferred options every day of your life that you are building a heaven. You are doing it. You're the architect of your own shit. No one cares to look at it.
Well,
my God. Oh. This frustrates Jordan.
No, I'm saying. Right.
Yeah,
so
brother
what I'm
Jesus,
saying is,
Jesus, come back and tell him what's going on, bro. Help him out. Help all the world out, please.
Would I be able to in heaven be like floating over Earth, seeing everything? Would that be heaven to me, or would it be like it's own place and it's up in the clouds somehow, and then fucking walking around this magical city that has everything?
Are you asking yourself this?
Yeah.
Like, what's heaven to you?
It sounds like Bill and Ted's Heaven, by the way. Like, go ahead, upstairs. Motherfuckers with harps and shit. Harp strings and shit. Like, I don't know about you, but I love nighttime too, as much as I love daytime. So it wouldn't be like, bright lights everywhere. It'd be also like dark too. It's cool. It's beautiful looking. I love Halloween. I love all right? Our idea of heaven isn't that it sounds actually, the more you actually hardcore think about it, in a way sounds like Earth, just like minus a bunch of shitty things, if I had to guess. Maybe even like the more psychopathic people, where it's like, yo, I got no problems, I kick my feet up, I'm banging 30 models, I'm living on a yacht. Everything's good. Even
let me ask you this. Would your heaven have zero problems ever?
You have to define problems, but there wouldn't be any problems. But if you define problems as in like, man, do I eat steak today, or do I eat, a cheeseburger today? What do I do today? That's kind of a problem, right? That is a problem. Maybe not as drastic as do I eat food at all, right? But it's still a problem. So thus, yes, I want problems like that. For sure.
Okay. Good. So you can have problems.
Yes.
I mean, in heaven, could you ever be the bad guy?
Be the bad guy? Now we're going into deeper territory. Okay. So heaven is it me amongst other people experiencing heaven, or is it just my own personal heaven?
I don't know.
Well, I'm asking you for your scenario that they're asking for.
You didn't get that far yet.
Whether they're
no idea. I've actually
really
thought about those. Go ahead, Dubster.
Whether there's really other souls up there in your heaven, I don't know. Or if it's your own soul and you're creating everything, and they're just like an idea of faces that you choose.
I mean,
for people, I wouldn't even know that.
I mean, if I'm the sole creator of my heaven, I mean, I would assume there's other people that like that idea too. thus, I guess, would vibe with my heaven and their heaven. So thus,
Right.
maybe we share like a neighborhood of heaven, if you will.
Right. So you've heard of the idea of like once I get to
Neighborhood of
heaven,
heaven. That's
I'll
awesome.
find my loved ones. I find my loved ones. But what if your loved one on Thursday wants to go do something else across heaven town?
I would hope it would perfectly work out.
To come? Are they forced to come participate in your heaven, and they're just happy about it because something tells them they're happy about it?
Wait. So they still have their own
That's a
individuality.
really specific scenario, bro.
Yeah. So they have their own
Or
individuality.
are
but
they just are they just your creation of your memories to say this is my wife? And
okay.
she's
I see what you're
here.
saying now. Okay. What do you think is the best? What would be the best situation in all of that, Dubster?
You would hope that it's. For me, I would hope that it would be the actual soul of my wife, and if I die before her, she doesn't get there until she's done with life, and she's willingly doing things with me, and she can willingly not do things with me, and like we can disagree on things, right? Are we allowed to disagree on things?
Why not split it up, bro?
Or is this?
Hold on.
Or is this fake? My
Right.
wife. She's perfect in every way.
No.
And I choose her thoughts.
What if your wife gives you a piece of her that wants to go bowling with you on Thursday nights, and you give her a piece of you that wants to go to the beach on Friday, afternoons? Why can't that be the case?
Right. So it's negotiation.
Negotiation.
You don't get you don't get everything you want all the time.
Fuck.
Yes, you do. Yes, you can.
Don't get. Okay.
If you just share each other or something. I don't know.
You want to have sex with your wife for 72 hours, and she doesn't
72
want
hours straight? Is that what you said?
What the fuck is wrong with
that'd be heaven, right?
No, I want to do other things too. I guess you have infinity, so maybe 72 hours is actually plausible in this scenario. But go ahead, Dubster, please. You want her to have sex with you for 72 hours, but she wants to do something else?
Yeah, she wants to go to the movies.
No woman wants to do that.
What if she can snap her fingers and give you a spiritual version of her for you to have sex with for 72 hours while she goes and does watches the movie or does something else? Would that
right.
work?
So she's there but not there.
Why are we here now? How did we get here? I don't.
Y'all took a weird ass turn.
What is heaven? If what is perfect?
He's trying to find conflict zones so that it's it can never happen.
But what if you want to be the bad guy for 3 weeks?
What is
and your
bad
heaven
guy
is
mean?
to fucking walk.
What do you mean bad guy?
Just anything bad,
What's bad?
What if you just want?
That could be relative, Dubster.
Yeah. What is bad?
You've earned heaven. You've done everything to get to heaven. You did whatever right in life to get to heaven, but you just imagine.
And there I am.
Do you not believe in heaven, or do you not want to go?
I'm thinking of the worst examples ever. Ted Bundy was a good old boy on earth. He went to heaven just to murder as many people as he can. What are you saying is bad guy shit? What do you mean?
Right.
Did he work hard on earth to murder people in the afterlife?
No.
Yeah, can you get a hall pass in hell?
No, you don't get to go be a piece of shit for a little bit. No. That's not how it works.
So everything must be perfect in heaven.
No, your heaven sounds like you kind of, I guess it's your heaven, but you're gonna go be a bad guy for a little bit. What is this?
I want to go rob a
Yeah,
bank.
what if
Like, is that it?
I'm picturing like a little sign that says like you're gonna be like being bad or something like that. I don't know what you're going to do, but like, wouldn't that just be part of your heaven?
Maybe it's like Westworld for
Okay.
Dubster. Like he enters like a non-being ranch.
Okay.
And does bank
Yeah.
robberies as a cowboy or something.
Just goes and does whatever shit or like I don't know.
Okay, here's an example. Let's
Weirdo.
say
72 hours. What the fuck? Sorry,
I just picked a number.
Weirdest
I
thing.
just picked a number. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
But let's say you're in heaven and for a week you want to be equivocal to you are the Punisher.
What the
and you want to just
beat up bad guys?
You want to take
I would say
kill bad guys. Kill bad guys.
You want to kill bad guys, but
You're in heaven.
do you know you're in
What
heaven
bad
or
guys
not?
are you gonna kill?
Right.
Oh shit! Oh shit! What? I didn't even know. Think about knowing you're in heaven.
Wait. Actually, no. Actually, Dubster, there's actually philosophical backings for this of people like the idea of like when you go to heaven, you may want to like forget you're in heaven so that you can experience it in real time instead of like, oh, whatever. I'm fucking bored already. I already know what I'm here. Like, you know, I'm in heaven. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Like, I can snap my finger and have a Gatorade whenever I want to. Like, fuck. But some people want to maybe forget to walk down the street and go get a Gatorade. Yeah.
I can't lose, so now I know I win at everything. Oh my god, that'd be frustrating, right?
There's no bad
Awesome,
guys up there, so what are you gonna? Are you looking for? Do you want bad guys at that point?
I think you want bad
We,
guys.
we
that
haven't
you
even
get 'em?
determined are people really there with me, or
I don't know. It's
is
your
this
heaven.
just I create the people?
I can't define your heaven for you.
I know. I can't define my heaven for me.
That's on you. You should probably figure that out. Why?
You should work on that one.
Maybe somebody else. Could y'all give me an
No,
example
that's
of
not for
your
anybody else
heaven?
to define for you.
That's funny.
No, not for me.
I will
for
not
you.
do that for you. Will not
You're
do it.
not gonna provide an example of your heaven.
No, but it's my heaven. I'm not giving you your heaven, though. I'm not going to tell you what your heaven is.
No, I don't need you to describe my heaven. I'm saying describe yours.
You don't know your heaven. I can't describe your heaven anyway.
You hear what I'm fucking
So you
saying.
can't just copy.
What I heard was
Somebody's heaven.
things that don't sound like heaven to me.
I don't think so
I
either.
actually could, Dubster.
You gotta do your
But
own
I'm not
homework.
going to.
You copy it.
It's just
I'm glad this came up. Actually, I'm enjoying.
yeah. What does dumpsters heaven look like?
We fucking for 72 hours. I know that.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't. Sounds like fuck. Ugh, okay.
Dubster and his flashlight.
Yeah, whatever, bro. I don't know.
All right, let's finish this fucking thing.
Yeah,
this is a 3 hour and 30-minute video so far. Let's watch the last 14 minutes. Here we go. Take us home, Corbett.
So, for those of us morally sound individuals currently living under the rule of the psychopaths, the question remains, what can we possibly do to overthrow the pathocracy? As it turns out, the answer to that question may in fact be much simpler than we think.
Tell us, Corbett. Tell us the answer. I have to show Dubster the movie.
In the 1960s,
What dreams may
psychologist
come
Stanley
now.
Milgram set out to study the extent to which people's blind obedience to perceived authority influences their behavior. It was with this goal in mind that Milgram began his infamous study of obedience on August 7th, 1961.
This machine generates electric shocks, and when you press one of the switches all the way down, the learner gets a shock.
The results of those experiments, well known to the public by now, ostensibly demonstrate that average, everyday people can be induced to deliver what they believe to be potentially lethal electric shocks to complete strangers based solely on the say-so of an authority figure.
Not proven, but...
That is incorrect. This will be at 3:30.
This finding is most commonly summarized with the factoid that a whopping 65% of participants in the original 40-person study were willing to deliver a 450-volt shock, what they were led to believe could be a potentially lethal shock, to an audibly distressed person based on nothing more than a prompt from a person in a lab coat wielding a clipboard. As one of the most famous psychological studies of the 20th century, the Milgram experiments have generated no end of debate, controversy, and scrutiny. The NPR-promoted critics of the experiments, who contend that most of the study's participants knew that the entire situation was phony and that they disobeyed even more often than was reported, are often pitted against the establishment psychologist defenders of the experiment, who correctly note that the experiment's shocking, pun intended, conclusions have been independently reproduced time and time and time again in country after country around the world. In one particularly twisted reproduction, the researchers even sought to ensure that no subject would suspect the experiment was fake by delivering real electric shocks to cute puppies.
What almost everyone misses about the Milgram experiments, however, is that the study was not one experiment that was conducted on one set of 40 participants one time to yield one final result. In fact, Milgram conducted the experiment a total of 17 times with 17 separate cohorts of 40 to 60 test subjects, with each iteration of the study employing a number of experimental variations. In one variation, he changed the site of the study from the Yale University campus to a rundown office building. In another variation, the test subjects were allowed to instruct an assistant to deliver the shocks instead of pressing the switch themselves. In still another variant, the lab coat-wearing actor playing the experimenter was called away on business and replaced by an ordinary man wearing a suit. And in yet another variation, the test subject was obliged to wait and watch other actors become the teacher and go through the experiment before assuming the role himself. Each variation produced markedly different results. When the test subject could instruct someone else to deliver the shocks instead of doing it himself, for instance, the percentage of participants willing to deliver the maximum, supposedly potentially lethal shock rose to an incredible 92.5%. When the experiment took place in an office building instead of on the Yale campus, the number willing to administer the maximum shock dropped to 48%. And when the test subject watched other people take the teacher role before them and observed them refusing to obey the experimenter's command to deliver the shocks, that subject's willingness to deliver the maximum shock plummeted to 10%.
You're still stuck with the same problem.
Let me rephrase that for the heart of thinking. When the test subject saw someone disobey the experimenter, they themselves refused to proceed with the experiment 90% of the time. This is the surprising conclusion that has been scrubbed from most accounts of the Milgram experiments. Disobedience, once modeled, becomes an option in the mind of the public. This point is crucial.
I get where you're going, Corbett. That's not good enough, dude. I would suspect, quote-unquote, disobedience is how maybe certain things that we don't like happen in the world. That can't be the main factor or the deciding factor into what do you do with these scenarios. I would assume dealing with conditioning in the first place. I would think so that people actually make their own choices by their own standards, really make them, not just go along with programming or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I would assume that that's the actual answer here. But that never seems to come up in these political motherfuckers' heads, does it? What if the guy who's being disobedient is also conditioned? What if that's conditioned? Maybe that guy's dad disobeyed. Does that make him some sort of genius to follow? No, he's borrowing it from someone else. So I would assume the real answer is being a real individual. Now, what does that mean? I know what it means for me. But then again, maybe other people should ask themselves what that means. What does it mean to be me? Even from the most corrupt to the most benevolent of behaviors on planet Earth, I would assume they want to know why they are the way they are at some point in life. I would assume that. Thus, it's a bonus for everyone. So how come we don't move in that direction?
Think about this.
I hope that's where Corbett goes. I hope it's not just about disobedience. That's not good enough. Mr. Turn your TV off, leave Twitter. I don't fucking need to turn my TV off or leave fucking Twitter. I can handle shit. But you're saying other people might not be able to. Okay, then what's the actual problem then? How come I can, but they can't? What's going on, Corbett? Well, the Milgram experiment. I don't want to hear that fucking shit, bro. Sorry. Go ahead, Dubster.
So, you know the riots of 2020.
The riots?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I assume you mean
the idea of there's somebody in a lab coat somewhere, probably watched a lot of that footage, and they were like, let's watch these riots and see, because they have thousands of hours of footage.
Yeah.
Like they're looking at like, when did this guy break, and then when did this cop, like, he had enough and he attacked, and he wasn't, like, they're watching this whole thing. This dude's screaming for 20 minutes in this cop's face. The cop holds his discipline or whatnot.
You're saying
and
George
then
Floyd?
he breaks.
What are you saying exactly?
2020, all of it. COVID and George Floyd, all of that.
Okay, and the
So
Rittenhouse and all that stuff.
there's scientists watching all this footage to be like, it's a study of its own. To actually just watch the riots and watch the actual disobedience and be like, this guy went 20 minutes screaming in the dude's face, then he decided to finally swing on the cop. Why? And they're looking at that like it's science.
I mean, you could probably honestly just use Charlie Kirk right now and watch the behaviors from people that you may think are full of shit and people that you think are well-meaning, but they get caught up into something, whatever. I think that is maybe the most pertinent example you could use right now, because you can see some kind of harsh behaviors in response to Charlie Kirk, right?
Right.
Good.
And then I was just referring to riots to be like on one topic of like,
that is not
like their actions would change according to the size of the group. All kinds of things. Like, it was probably all looked at like as in these studies. It was like, we've got them riled up. All right, let's watch it and study it, and let's see what we can, because there's cameras everywhere and we don't actually have to be there.
Yeah.
We could study the mentality of people. Both sides. Both sides were there.
You better bet your ass.
I'm not saying
your ass, yeah. For campaigns,
yeah.
For intelligence agencies, you bet your ass there's psychologists on board, observing these things and doing focus groups and think tanks and all this shit. You bet your ass that is the case, because they probably know that to control the mind, or attempting to control the mind, it's very narcissistic to say you can do that. They can't actually do that. They can't actually control your mind. They can't do that. But what they can do is believe it within themselves that they're controlling your minds by, have someone starving, throw a fucking piece of bread on the ground and watch them run towards it and be like, look, I controlled them. It's not controlling someone. That's just practicality. I'm hungry. There's food. Go get it. It's not controlling someone. That'd be honestly, in regards to this documentary, that'd be a psychopathic, narcissistic personality type that thought that way in regards to that.
No.
That'd be very
what
narcissistic.
Okay, you throw that piece of bread or pizza, what'd you say?
Piece of bread, yeah.
There's 100 people. You watch them fight for it, and you study, like, this was the alpha, he went straight for it or whatever, and this was the beta, he's like, maybe he'll throw food out later. I don't fucking know. And then here's
very possibly.
And then here's like a Sigma or whatever, you know how they categorize people and shit like that. He would look on how to justify, like, doing the right thing to get the piece of bread.
Well,
You know,
I get what you're
break them up and
saying.
name them.
I get what you're saying, and I do believe that does happen, but not all of it is, let's create a scenario where this happens. Sometimes it could be like something happens, someone like does something wild, right? And you just sit back and observe who's doing what and when and all that shit. Kind of like what you're saying. And yeah, they might be able to see, like, on average, the temperament of people, where it's like, okay, enough people are falling for this. Let's go with this. Let's go this direction. Let's do this. I mean, the Charlie Kirk thing is just obvious as day to me. Where it's like, look at them move around. Look at them ask for their own subjugation. Look at them go out and celebrate this human being being fucking murdered in front of everyone. Watch them dance. Look at them dance. I would not be surprised by that at all. Do I have proof? No. Do I intuition guess? I can see that as very possible. Very, very possible. But, there'd be one solution for that too, right? Hey, we're not going to do anything stupid because an event happens. Let's clean everything the fuck up. All of it. Let's clean it up. But then again, we usually borrow our answers for what cleaning means. As much as borrowing what heaven means, we borrow what cleaning up means too.
Right. I've been thinking about it. I got a heaven for you.
That's a major pause. But go ahead.
Being a Leonard Skinner concert in 1970, in the 1970s.
Now, Dubster.
For one day, I wouldn't want to do this for the rest of eternity.
Just so you can't, like, hit me with, like, copyright in the future. I've mentally written this story years ago called The Dictator. And it actually is an idea of a dictator dying and going to heaven. And God's like, you now have my powers. Create your own universe. Do whatever you want. And the idea is like him creating his perfect world, right, for himself. Which is an aspect to it. But
would he still be killing people?
A little bit of
everybody?
Hold on. A little bit of the moral of the story is something like a Leonard Skinner concert, right? Maybe he goes to like 20 straight Leonard Skinner concerts. Like, fuck, this is amazing, but this is the 20th one, and you want to go back again?
I'm kind of fucking bored. I'm kind of fucking bored.
And he's like, all right, you know what? Let's have an NSYNC concert to ruin my day to go back to Leonard Skinner again, right? It's
my God.
Let me watch this dog shit concert to go back to Leonard Skinner and be like, fuck yeah, I love Leonard Skinner again. Fuck yeah. And then, like, the idea is like the guy just recreates the world we kind of know of it as. Is kind of the point, but like, yeah, I don't think everyone would do that with heaven. It's more of a comical idea that he would just recreate his same whatever empire he built in real life.
Yeah.
Just come back to it again. It's like, well, I want to fight evil. I want to fight bad guys. And when you're when you're George W. Bush, when you're Saddam Hussein, when you're whatever, leaders or kings throughout history or emperors or Genghis Khan or pharaohs, right? Whoever's against you are the bad guys for them, right? So in their worlds, it's like, I'll create these bad guys to beat the shit out of them. Not on Earth, but like in their perfect world of things. When they want to be able to flex their moral muscles, right? You want something to be bad so they can beat it up and be good, right? Even if it is like, the Pharaoh with slaves, right? He's like, those bad slaves trying to rebel. Those are the bad guys. Let me make slaves in order to beat them up later to be the good guy in a scenario, to flex those muscles, if you will. So yeah, all
right.
It's actually comical if you actually think about it, but
I mean, dude, you know how fucking bored you'd be if you were 100% good all the fucking time.
No, that's my heaven, Dubster. Believe it or not, that's what I think is fucking awesome. I don't want to be the bad guy.
What's that show we were watching with Ted Danson as the devil guy? Took the
Good Place. Yeah.
Took the people to but it was really hell. Is that what it was?
Yes, and they were fucking with them. Yeah, but the Good Place is the show. I love that show.
My bad. I forgot you're still recording. Spoiler alert.
Well, yeah, that is an actual major spoiler. Don't worry about it. Enjoy the show. There's plenty of philosophy in there. There's plenty of laughs. You know, if you're a Jacksonville Jaguar fan, you'll be happy. But that was kind of what the show was asking.
Wait, no. If you're Jacksonville fan, you will never be happy.
I guess. But that's actually what we're just arguing about. I think is actually basically that show. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think where like Kristen Bell gets hammered one night. She wakes up like, oh, no hangovers. Awesome. Right? It's like the idea of the quote unquote perfect world, the good place, if you will. I think they avoided heaven for a reason, for religion reasons, right? But they were like, and basically implying heaven versus hell. What a fucking brilliant show, by the way. But all right. Let's finish this fucking video. 9 minutes left. Here we go.
Crucial to understand because exactly as Etienne de la Boétie pointed out nearly 500 years ago, a small cadre of tyrants, no matter how psychopathically menacing, are incapable of administering a tyranny all by themselves. They require the active participation of a much larger number of obedient order followers. Indeed, it's important to become conscious of the fact that none of the worst excesses of the pathocracy in recent times would have been possible without the active participation of vast swaths of the population. So-called vaccine mandates were not achieved by one psychopath in a position of political authority, or even by a gaggle of such pathocrats. They were enabled by the doctors who participated in the vaccination drives against their own experience, judgment, and training, the employers who imposed vaccine requirements on their employees,
So you're worried
the
about
business owners who implemented vaccine certificate checks on their premises, the police officers who threw the unvaccinated in quarantine facilities, the workers who kept those quarantine centers functioning, the judges and lawyers who rubber-stamped all these actions, etc. The same goes for any number of pathocratic abuses that we've been subjected to in recent years. These programs can only be implemented when most of the people comply with their orders and thus fulfill their role in the operation. Just as in the time of La Boétie, our enslavement to the pathocracy is, by and large, a voluntary servitude, born of obedience. Combining La Boétie's insight with Milgram's lesser-known experimental results, then, we find a template for toppling the pathocracy: highly visible acts of disobedience. But is this true? Can a single act of disobedience really bring down a pathocracy?
He's going to say yes.
Once again,
Tenement
we
Square.
don't have to speculate about this possibility in a vacuum. Thanks to the wonders of modern technology, we can actually watch a recording of such an event happening in real time.
Tenement Square.
On December 21st, 1989, Romanian dictator Nicolae Ceausescu took to Palace Square to address the Romanian people. At first, it proceeded like any number of such speeches he had delivered over the years. He talked about the successes of Romania's socialist revolution and sung the praises of the multilaterally developed socialist society that had arisen under his brutal reign. But then, something extraordinary happened. Someone booed. The boo was taken up by others and became a jeer. Chants of Timișoara rippled through the crowd, a reference to a massacre of political dissidents by Ceausescu's security forces that had taken place just days earlier. The dictator, unused to any sign of dissent from the population
Corbett,
over whom he had ruled so brutally for decades, called for order. His wife demanded the crowd's silence, prompting Ceausescu to tell her to shut up, and then he attempted to continue with his speech. But the jeers began again. The footage of the incident, including Ceausescu's look of utter confusion as he realizes that the crowd has turned against him and that the threat of violence is not enough to subdue them, is priceless. There, captured on tape for posterity, is
He's
the
wrecked.
moment
Look
when
at
the
him.
realization dawns on the tyrant that the
dweeb.
people have rejected his tyranny. The rest of the story, the riots and unrest, the attempted escape of Ceausescu and his wife, their capture by military defectors and their execution on Christmas Day, all stems from that precise moment when one person in the crowd simply voiced what the rest of the crowd was feeling.
Okay.
This is the
I get
circuit
the
breaker effect.
sentimentality, but
By saying no to illegitimate authority, resisting bullies and tyrants, disobeying immoral orders, refusing
Leave
to
room for
comply
info.
with unjust mandates and demands, we make it that much easier for those around us to stand up for what they know to be right. But wait, it gets even better. First, the good news.
how do you know what's right and wrong?
Pathocracies are inherently unstable,
you're not
and they
touching
are
that one,
doomed
so
at some
good for them.
point to topple under their own weight. Next, the even better news. If it's true that psychopaths can fashion a psychopathic society that twists people into sociopaths, then the opposite is true too. Healthy, non-pathological humans with love, empathy, and compassion can fashion a society that brings out the better side of human nature. This is the real goal of the erstwhile victims of the
How will you know
pathocrats.
they're that?
Not to eliminate
It's
the
the same
political
thing,
psychopaths
Yep.
and assume their positions of power in the
How would you know either
psychopathic political
direction,
system that they
honestly?
created, or
That
even
was
to
the
abolish that
closest that
system altogether,
he said
but to
that
envision
made
a
it
world in
the
which
same thing.
compassion,
Everything else
cooperation,
made it sound
love,
like
and
a
empathy
solution.
are not just encouraged, but actively rewarded. A world in which every person is allowed to become their best possible self. It's up to each one of us to model what we want to see in the world. Just like the brave dissenter who can break the circuit of
individuality.
tyranny by voicing opposition to the tyrant, we can also become the models of love, understanding, and compassion that will motivate others to become the same. The psychopaths have spent centuries weaponizing psychology to more effectively control us. But we can wield our understanding of human nature for something good. And that is what healthy
Psychopaths
individuals
versus the
forming
good.
a non-psychopathic society would spend their time and resources doing.
I would assume this guy would avoid ideas like, maybe like colloquially he'll say like good and evil, but not in the actual like define good and evil. So he might do like psychopaths versus, I guess, the lovers. The other team.
He kept relating it throughout this whole thing. He put good and evil, psychopath, not psychopath. Like he weaved it all throughout this. But,
Yeah.
on this solution, he said, I've seen it like, uh, especially in the book, The Tipping Point. But there's a lot of different examples, like the one he gave.
Yeah.
And these examples are the idea or conclusions of these like psychological things. I do think it's what you're saying, that it's also conditioning, but the way that it's presented in psychology doesn't make it sound like the same. It's like what he's explaining, but he's explaining it from a certain narrative. Um, Typically, it's more about um, like the default being, that people submit to authority or these symbols of authority more than anything. So like people manipulate them by presenting themselves to be authorities, and so that people just comply. But then seeing the examples, because he gave a few examples of different scenarios, and the one that um, allowed for the most resistance, which the resistance is actually like what you would do if you just look at it objectively. You'd be like, oh, it's this. But people kind of went against themselves by default, according to these like studies. And so what allows them to go back is basically like seeing others do it, it almost gives them permission to, like, socially, like, okay, it's okay if I don't do what they say. That's kind of the idea that these studies try to communicate, is that by basically getting examples in society that this is an okay behavior, that I'm not going to get, punished for that. That then they uh, then they're more likely to do what they think themselves, like internally from their own brains, would do. As a, but it, but I that's what they try to say with these studies. But I do think it's just conditioning in the opposite direction. I think that's all it is.
Okay. I mean, and also it doesn't have to be exactly like social. I mean, I get what you're saying with like almost like a non-response is almost kind of like social or external reinforcement in a way. It's almost like a child lying, right? They lie about something and they were like, nothing happened. I'm good. I'm good. I'm like a kid faking sick, right? And they get off of school because of it, like, and there's no bolt of lightning, no, Santa Claus hating me, no mom, no tooth fairy hating me, no mom yelling at me. I think I won. We're good. You just keep it going. Versus like, oh, good job, right? That's different, I guess. I would assume.
It's like there's a lot of like the Milgram experiment has been done many different times afterwards to see, like, is this really true? And so
Yeah.
like one person is basically the guinea pig, but they don't know that everybody else is like shill to convince them, and they give the others all give a wrong answer. They know it's a wrong answer because they're using their own eyes, but they say the same answer instead of what they think's right. So in those cases, you're seeing that the people are either judging their own self, or they're speaking what the others are speaking to fit in, or to not like stand out for whatever reason. They are kind of worried about like standing out. Right? So if others were to give that answer,
Possibly.
like the same answer, or like if they once that breaks, then they could just give their own actual answer. But there's some kind of pressure, like social pressure, to that
Is
so
in
many
their psyche
people,
somewhere. Yeah.
yeah, they did just go along. And so that's the idea. But it happens even in things that aren't as much social pressure. Um, there's things where like nobody reacts, but when one person reacts, everybody kind of jumps in. That was about someone needs help, and everybody just walks by, ignores them. But one person goes to help, everybody jumps in and helps. Like, and that happens in various scenarios that um, have been like recorded about, like sometimes social experiments, sometimes whatever. But they see this behavior repeated, and so I think
here's your
these things
problem.
are the type of things that he's. Yeah, and I'm not saying that they're conclusive or anything, but this is the type of ideas that are in the psychological like literature.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're trying to hard science abstraction, and it's just not working out if you actually think about it deeply enough. Because maybe there's, like you said, like, okay, maybe they're like, hey, how many triangles do you see in front of you? 3, 3, 3, 3. The actual guy, a part of the experience, like, 3? And the next guy goes, 3, 3, 3. All right, it's 3, even though there's like 4 on the board, right? Because of the group mentality.
Yeah.
But if you go like, hey guys, what's 1 plus 1? 5, 5, 5, 5, 2. What the fuck? It's 2. So like they almost like, it's almost like you self-reinforce yourself beforehand before you got into that situation in the first place. So thus, when you hear 1 plus 1, you're like, the answer is 2. Unless I'm schizophrenic or some shit, and I've been hearing things the wrong way the whole time, right? But that'd be even like a major leap for let's be honest, the people they're picking out to be the person a part of the experience, they're probably like dunces as far as like self-knowledge or who they are and why they're here and all that shit. They're not really like that deep about it. They're not looking for existentialists. Be like, hey, guy who studies, who meditates in front of a fucking tower, in fucking Cambodia somewhere. Like, let's get you to do this Milgram's experiment, right? They find random college kids or something, right? So it's just being fair and honest. Like, there's so much quote unquote data that would be needed to really rustle up, like, how the fuck, like, what's going on here? What's the phenomenon? Is it just dumb fuck college kids, freshmen, sophomores, juniors, adults? Would someone who's maybe more internally driven, would they actually be a part of this experiment in the first place? Or are we dealing with like a bunch of, socially speaking, extroverts? On and so forth. There's 10 million questions that they're not actually accounting for, but they're trying to, in my opinion, they're trying to understand a very abstract thing in our realities, but at the same time, we use it to dictate our realities. It is like, fuck.
He also,
what do you do with that?
He also isn't considering other things too, like.
It's not him. I'm saying the experimenters. But go ahead.
I'm talking about his overall video here, Corbett.
I'm saying all of it in general, but yeah.
Yeah. So, disobedience has its time and place for certain issues, right? But let's say your disobedience leads to the fall of the nation you're in, and then
Nepal.
Like, okay, so now the government's been dissolved, a new government's formed, and yes, you might get your one issue for the revolution at the moment, like resolved, sanctioned into the new constitution or whatnot. But let's say they strip 19 other things that you liked about the previous country. And now you're going through this with this country, and it's time to revolt again because you want those other things back. Was it a good revolution in the first place?
Well, I mean, for me, in my opinion, I said this 10 million times already. Of a lot of times, I in my opinion, based on the reasons why people
in
say
revolutions.
Things, yeah, but well, it doesn't have to. I'm not going to say that has to be the case. I don't know, but my guess is that if they're doing their quote unquote revolution without a real diagnosis, they are doomed to repeat the thing that they were complaining about in the first place. That's my assessment of it. That's my guess. That's my guess and assessment based on multiple things: history, intuition, modern day things. Yeah, that's my guess. If you don't know what you're doing, you're doomed to repeat the same problem again.
Right.
But I don't know, personally. I just have to scream it every day.
That first layer of civilization might not have been that bad, and it could be worse the next civilization.
Bro.
And that's happened before.
Dude, the idea of like checks and balances, like the on the surface, right? Kind of shit you learn in school, like stereotypical shit, right? Of like judicial and congressional and executive, right? The idea of that balance makes sense to me, but I do understand that people could abuse it. At a problem, they do exactly. But when I think about it, I leap right to, why are you abusing? I lead right to the abuse thing. Instead, they're like, no, it's government in general. It's government doing this. I'm like, no, it's Bob. Bob's right there. Look at him. He's stealing from Johnny's wallet right now. There's Bob committing a crime right there. Right? Instead of like looking at it as, in my opinion, of like, no, this idea of a quote unquote system could work. We don't know because we're stuck with assholes that keep fucking the thing around, right?
Well, that last video he showed of Romania one guy booed and it changed the whole crowd, and it got to the dictator was overthrown. But
I'm sure that was about him personally, right? What if he was a dope?
Well, no,
dude?
hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
There was dead people in that footage too, where they showed that the government tried to fight off the revolt.
Yeah. Well, that's actually quite an example. Like the military, in regards to society, that's a whole other thing on its own, basically.
Yeah. So disobedience has its not good things too.
Well, it can't just be disobedience for disobedience sake, right? If a mom tells you not to stick a fork in a fucking electrical socket, and she smacks the fork out of your hand when you try to do it, I get why she's doing it. Like there's a sense to be made about that. But if it's mom wants to be dictator of your entire life and like control you and all that shit, that's different. One's trying to protect you, one's trying to like control you and own you. Those are two different scenarios, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but like, once again, is anyone or is sorry, forgive me, political people, is anyone actually like trying to navigate those questions and answers at all? At all? Like even a little bit?
Well,
it seems like they skip it. God.
The best thing we get is like references in history of like there was good leaders. But they're still in control, and people still died under their hand more than likely. Like,
well, they become a new slave.
Moses was a great leader. He fought a war, and he handed the reins down to Joshua. And then eventually gets to King David, and King David was a great leader, but people died.
Fair enough, but like, just be real about it. That's all I ask for. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Charlie Kirk's a fucking hero now. He's a saint. Someone said he would be the 13th disciple if Jesus was around, or if he lived in Jesus' time. Like, come on, guys.
That's Paul.
Whatever.
He can be 14th. He can be 14th, maybe.
The point is, like, yo, just be like.
Yeah, he cannot
be real about shit. There's no in my opinion, like real and proper diagnoses of any of these things. Forget about like getting it correct or not. The point is like, are you actually trying to examine it? And I don't even see that effort. So, but let's play Corbett's sentimental ending here. You can see on screen guitar solo. This is definitely sentimental. Here we go. Or it's just the fucking credits. Got it. I'll let it play a little bit longer, just in case. Okay. Yeah, I'm done. I swear to God, I thought there was like a thing, another part of this. But all right.
What's up, Barcelona?
What?
Can't hear you.
Oh.
He said, hi, ISFO.
How you doing?
I'm tired.
And fair note, okay. I am recording, just so you know. So don't say anything, don't say anything bad about Charlie Kirk right now.
Oh, take down the channel.
Sorry, dark joke. Forgive me, guys. All right. There's your video. Please subscribe if you feel like. Comment. Agree, disagree. There was a lot talked about. This is a 4-hour video, believe it or not. And an hour and a half documentary. But you know what? That's what this shit is for. But hey, if you're cleaning, cooking, shout out to Silver. If you're cooking right now, if you're fucking driving like Dubster, whatever.
I'm parked now, man. It's midnight.
I'm saying like this is your put some sounds on while you're doing something else. Please go ahead and do so. If you want to comment, please go ahead. All of it is very much appreciated. Oh, God.
7 in the morning where I am.
7 in the morning.
7 in the morning.
He just doxed himself right there. If you see an Iron Giant in Europe somewhere, You know where they're at. You know who it is. Please don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord. We are in that Discord right now reacting to this documentary. So I'll be here every so often to react to things, to watch things, sports, music, movies, whatever. So please join if you want to. All links, description box. And with all that said, please give this video a thumbs down.